Hi, everyone. This is Candy Johnson. I am your host, and this is Real Talk, brought to you by Real Raw Records. I know I said that I would correct this lighting um, so that we can get some better video here, but I haven't had the opportunity to take care of that just yet. Um, but we will. Um, Meantime, in between time, um, we had a little bit of technical difficulty and had to, which abruptly ended the last episode, broadcast, and so we had to create a new one. Okay, but we back. All right, and I guess it was a good thing that we had to end that one because we kind of started it with one topic and then we kind of veered off and changed the topic of the broadcast. But we can do that because this is real shit, In real life, shit happened, and it might be a change of plans. All right. Main thing is don't panic. Let me do that. All right. But this topic is titled so it's making a statement. God created sex. All right. And the reason why we titled this God created sex is because I think some Christians need to be reminded in case they forgot that the first commandment that God gave Adam and Eve, one of the major ones that he gave, he gave them authority, name all the beasts of the field and all that in creationism and Genesis. But the most important thing is that God created the institution of family when he created Adam and Eve, if you believe in creationism. And in that scenario, the first command he gave for them was be fruitful and multiply. All right. According to the scripture. All right. Now, if we was to translate that off up into layman's terms and modern day terms, that means how Marvin Gaye put it, get it on. All right. So he said, let y'all, you know how he said, let there be light and let there be, the waters, let the waters be separated from her and all such as that. Okay, well, he said, let's get it on. All right. Then he told the Adam and Eve to get it on and let's make it happen. All right. So I'm sure that many Christians would argue the fact that God created the institution of marriage. However, for you to say that God created the institution of marriage, all right, if we were to be examine the literal sense of marriage, that would be a lie. All right. because he didn't. It's nowhere in there when he created Adam and Eve. Did he say anything about they was married? All right. He did say that he made Eve to give Adam a companion. All right. But what he did not say anything about marriage. All right. He joined them. I mean, he put them together, gave them genitals where one the private area was able to penetrate the other. All right, but a man would penetrate the woman. All right, I agree with you there. All right, but what he did not do is he did not say anything about marriage. All right, so that leaves us reason to believe that man made up marriage. All right, the actual paper or binding contract. All right, man made that shit up. All right. I would agree with you that God did ordain for man and woman to be together. I do agree with that. All right. But my point, I guess, what my point is that God, I do believe that God set down some boundaries as to where the perimeters of sex and how it should be, how we should indulge or engage in sex. And he did, I do believe that he set down some perimeters for that, all right, between male and female. He did not set down any perimeters as far as to say, okay, man, you're going to have one wife until later. He told them that because they had got out of control with having a whole bunch of wives. All right, so he told them, y'all need to cut this shit out right here. This is not cool right here. And he told them, don't do that no more. All right, later on, because they were there getting carried away with it. All right. He did say that a male should not lay with a male. All right. Later on, because the Greeks and stuff was getting out of control with homosexuality. Okay. And that's where the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, all right, was condemned. All right. So, as I've stated before, and for those that don't know me, that there are some things that I don't believe in the Bible, and there are some things that I do. All right. And I pretty much believe in all the things that make sense. All the other stuff that don't make sense, I do like the old folks say, I eat the meat and throw the bone out. I get the bone to the dogs. All right.
Hi, Candy.
Hey there, what's going on, Anthony?
Yeah, I managed to get a moment to myself. Sorry about having to leave earlier.
All right,
Trying to get things together. My parents was coming by to visit.
Oh, okay. You enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was a brief visit. It was nice seeing my parents again. So, you were saying something about certain parts of the Bible you believe it, some you don't.
Yeah. The reason why, what I mean by I believe it or don't believe it, I feel like they were altered. Not I feel like it. In my studies, let me clarify.
Hmm?
I had to take honey because my voice was getting hoarse.
Oh, yeah. That's a good remedy for a lot of things, actually.
Oh, yeah. You see, I got me a nice little side bottle. Anyway,
Yeah, my stepmom used to use honey in Theraflu. She put Theraflu, honey, lemon, and a cough drop, and the cough drop would like kind of dissolve into the hot Theraflu with the honey.
oh,
We
yeah.
call it we call it the cold killer. You drink that, and
Yeah.
that cold is done by the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we make something like that, but we make hot toddy. That's with alcohol. All right. But anyway,
Ooh.
yeah, with moonshine, like whiskey. All right. But it's good. It's just like dairy fruit, baby. That don't cost you as much. All right. Don't get me started with the old remedies. All right.
All right now. So you saying?
But yeah, I was saying about with the Bible. Okay, I thought this topic. God created sex to bring to some Christians and believers attention. Maybe they know it, or maybe they kind of shy away from the subject of sex because they had the world has polluted and perverted sex so much that it's just like dancing. The dancing began in the house of God. You remember David tore up the floor praising God, all right? And so the world took over, and now the Christians think that stuff that God ordained belonged to the world.
I know a lot of people don't realize it, but every style of music has origins in praise and worship to God from the church.
Exactly. Yes. So with the subject of sex, it's that same stigma that's been placed upon sex as if it is a dirty or a nasty, just because people made it perverted or indulging it in a perverted manner. That don't mean that the act of sex itself is perverted.
Right.
Right.
I was just talking to my homeboy today. Hey, sweetheart, shut the door. Bye-bye. Your mommy that way. I'm sorry, my niece.
All right.
Sorry. All right. Yeah, I was talking to my homeboy the other day, and I had, I got friends I could talk to where I could be really real with, and I realized something as I was kind of talking with them, and it goes something like this. There's a thing called positive reinforcement, and sex for men is one of the more powerful positive reinforcing rewards that you can receive.
Mm-hmm.
And so, ordinarily, the privilege of having sex is within the confines of a marriage. Well, when I say ordinarily, I really mean to say ideally. It's done within the confines of a marriage, and so basically, it's a positive reinforcing experience towards monogamy. But nowadays, it's just all over the place. And so, as a young man, when I was really active, I didn't have the maturity to really warrant me getting sex. I wasn't taking care of my business as a young man, and I would excuse the things that I'm supposed to be handling off the fact that I was still able to get some pussy.
Right.
And what I ended up doing, and what I had to really step back and realize, was I positively reinforced some very bad behavior, and I'm having trouble trying to get rid of that bad behavior. You can't undo the things. Like, if you're an asshole and you get some pussy, that rewards mechanism in your brain is saying, okay, me being an asshole is good,
Right.
because it's gotten me pussy. And so, not even realizing it, they continue down that lifestyle path of being an asshole, and it costs them other opportunities in life, because the fact of the matter is that type of behavior was not supposed to be positively reinforced
Right. It went
by
unchecked.
sex.
Uh-huh.
Exactly. It continues to go unchecked. Now, I'm speaking from a male perspective. I couldn't imagine how it affects females. I like to believe that I could come to an understanding or some kind of agreement, but I know for a fact that that is one of the major things that are tearing up the
It really
black
messes
community.
with their self-esteem.
Exactly. Now, that's another thing. If you don't have sufficient self-esteem and self-worth and self-respect, and you, as a man, gets your hands on some pussy, you become dependent on that pussy for self-esteem. They basically vicariously associate their self-worth with pussy, and if they don't get pussy, then they
Break
feel
down
worthless.
the word vicariously. You know, I told you.
Vicariously, vicariously is like it's like it's kind of like having a favorite football player. You know, it's like I have a vested interest in this person's success, so I identify with this particular player because of his moral character and his proficiency in playing. I cannot ever be in the NFL, but I'd like to vicariously experience the life of being a football player through idolizing this particular football player. That's kind of like vicariously, you know?
All you did was
It's
use a bunch of other big words to describe a
vicariously
big
means
word.
like,
Can you break
okay,
it down for the people that's listening that don't know none of them words you just used, please?
oh, okay. All right, vicariously basically is through somebody else. It's through somebody else.
You live
Like
with somebody else
you ever hear somebody say, "Oh, I'm so happy for you." They're vicariously experiencing happiness through
through
the other person.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, but their 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 self-worth is attached to something outside themselves. And because it's attached to something outside themselves, there's an unnatural drive to obtain it. And
Mm-hmm.
because of the unnatural drive to obtain it, it becomes the focal point of behavior for males. And the sad fact of the matter is, it's a Trojan horse. No
Which
matter, it's basically fake. It's phony. It's false. It's a trap. Because when you do that type of thing, it is the female that is built from the ground up to recognize that and leave your ass. If a
mm-hmm.
guy does not have it in him to be a man and he needs to have sex with his woman to feel like a man, then the woman's eventually going to figure out that basically he wouldn't be anything without him. I mean, he wouldn't be anything without her.
Right.
And so, to a female, that's kind of a bad thing
Too much power.
because a female, and ideally would like to have dependence on a man who has his stuff together.
Right.
And if she is a key component in having the stuff together, that's basically like a little rude, it's a little controlling.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically saying, now I'm stuck in this relationship because if I leave you, you're going to fall apart. And it's kind of like, it's kind of passively taking yourself hostage, It's like, I ain't going to be nothing, without you, because I need you, it's like, that's not how that's supposed to work, dude. You're supposed to be your own man, and nothing makes or breaks you but you. And as I look back in my past, I initially was like a really nerdy guy. In fact, I pretty much kind of still am. But I was passive aggressive. I wasn't assertive. And even despite me having those attitudes, I happened to be very handsome, and just on that merit alone, girls would look past those things because girls, they have needs, they have interests as well. And so even though they knew they didn't like me as a person, just the presentation of myself was enough for them. And when they had basically got bored, like I was some kind of fashion accessory, they would move on to the next one. And
that's exactly what you
I would be destroyed after that would happen. Oh, sorry. I'd feel destroyed. I would just feel so destroyed. I'd be like, why are you leaving me? And I would fall apart every time they leave. And then I get a new one, and they fall apart when they leave. And they get a new one, fall apart when they leave. And I'm like, this is how guys end up jaded. This is how guys end up on that, fuck all female shit, that disrespectful stuff.
Uh-huh.
And it's not fuck all females. It's fuck all females that you use that way.
Mm-hmm.
That you allow yourself to be used that way. That's what you should really be saying, fuck to, because it is your responsibility as a man to get your shit together, But at the same time, you got to put your morals ahead of everything. As the experience I was talking about earlier, where I opted out of a relationship because there was a way that I wanted it, and there was the way that my morals were supposed to indicate. My morals indicated marry her. If you love her that much, marry her.
Right.
But then my values and stuff, which by the way, morals and values have some differences.
Right.
My values was like, well, I value being able to take care of my female. I value being able to get her nice things. And if I'm not able to do these things, all she's going to do is just basically see me. And you think I would have figured it out at this point, but this was my logic. And I know I'm telling on myself, but I've made strides of improvement, so I ain't no shaming in my game.
But even if you are still dealing with that, there is somebody out there that can relate and need to know that they're not by themselves. People always want to say, oh, I've overcome. But it's people out there that you can overcome with them. Y'all can help each other overcome. People need to know that I'm not alone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to sound pessimistic. In fact, I'm going to put a positive spin to it. But the truth of the matter is, when it comes to sinning against God, there is no overcoming that. You can be redeemed. But as far as you overcoming that struggle, that is going to be a continuous consequence you have to deal with as long as you live here on this earth, because that's something you brought on yourself.
No.
Wait. I understand why you're saying no. Let me explain myself. Okay. The degree of which it affects you degrades over time as you continue to be faithful and obedient to God. But if you're not faithful and obedient to God, you're essentially just faking the funk, and you have this decay that's occurring inside you that goes unaddressed, because when you don't grow, like if you take fruit off a tree, you have severed the connection to that tree, and that fruit is no longer going to grow. And all that fruit can do from that point is decay.
Okay, let's relate that to sex then. Tell me what.
So in relation to sex is like that fruit on the tree. It's like, man, I cannot wait to get my hands on that fruit. It ain't ripe though. But man, oh, that looks like some good fruit. Can't wait for it to get ripe. You know what? It kind of looked ripe on one side. Let me take a look at it. Nah, fuck it. I'll go ahead and eat it anyway. And then when they eat into it, it's bitter. It's not seasoned. It's not time. It's not the season for that fruit to be picked. Mm-hmm. And when they bite into it and it's bitter, they just throw it out, And from that point forward, it can only decay. And so you think people would learn at that point, but no. They go, you know what? That one looks more ripe than the last one I had. I know it's not the season. But look, it's got more color on. Yeah, that fruit right there. I'm gonna get that one. Ugh, bitter. Next thing you know, you're plucking all the fruit off the tree, and essentially you've got more fruit decaying than fruit you've enjoyed.
Mm-hmm.
And so it really starts, in my opinion, with men. I think that our culture has completely warped our natural masculine convictions. These scientist people want to put some BS in our ears and tell us that as men, we're biologically driven to go from one woman to the next woman to the next woman. But that causes the decay. That causes the degrade. And the best you could hope for once you reach a certain point is somebody on the same level. That's what, you ever hear somebody say, you deserve to be with so-and-so like that? Or, you deserve to be with that person? What they're basically saying is...
insult.
I mean, it's not exactly an insult because everyone gets what they deserve.
True.
The part where it becomes an insult is when the person hears it and they know for a fact that they could have had better if they were better. So the offense is pretty much on the person who's hearing it. So just going back to my personal experience, I just get destroyed, you know. I get with a girl, I build myself up, destroyed. Then I get another girl and I build myself up and destroyed. And it's like, well, why does it keep on getting destroyed? But what I should have been paying attention to was these females looking at me like, why the fuck you building on top of me? Like, get your baggage off me, you know? Like, don't put the responsibility of your self-worth on me. Don't make me feel trapped in this relationship by making me your primary source of pride, your primary source of swagger, your primary source of self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you continue down that path, you end up in a situation where you can't even just have one woman. You got to have more than one woman. And that's where we get into the issue of guys who are cheating. Now, there was a video that I have watched, and basically cheating for men has rarely a romantic connotation to it. There's no real romance when guys do that. Guys cheat as an ego boost, as a boost of pride. Basically, they're like, I want to get with this female right here because, you know, she's not like the girl who chose to be with me, because the girl who chose to be with me chose me when I was a loser. So why would I want to be with a female who, you know, saw me as a loser, you know? I want to become a winner so that way I can be with a female who sees me as a winner. You know? And it's like, the satisfaction, it decays. The human libido is a real thing. The libido, it's like a neurological term for basically the part of your brain that is responsible for sex and all that shit. So
What's
the human libido, it gets what do they call that word? I'm trying to think of it. Desensitized. There we go. It gets desensitized over time. And so with guys who are online looking at porn all the time, they become desensitized in such a way where their girl who is wanting some of the D, they will ignore her to be on the computer because they've been desensitized in such a way. And it's not trying to say that the woman isn't enough. It's more so his libido isn't enough. It has decayed. There's a decaying process that takes place when you aren't doing what you're supposed to. The degree of which the decay occurs is all, you know, it's all relative depending on the person and depending on, you know, the grace and mercy of God. But
well, what's the libido?
It's the real thing.
What's the libido do?
Libido is the part of your brain that, you know, decides if you're horny or not.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it does like a lot of other extra stuff, but for the sake of the conversation, let's just focus on that particular aspect of the libido.
Right.
And so
the reason I was asking is because
some of your viewers, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to practice listening. I need to stop getting ahead of myself. Go ahead.
The reason I was asking you to clarify that is because you got to understand you can't just use a lot of big words because people are listening that don't know what this stuff means. And you know, you can't just be talking to be talking.
Exactly.
They understandings, you know, and stuff is important enough to speak about. Then it should be important enough to make sure that the understanding is relayed. You know what I mean? Yeah,
that comes from my my antisocial behavior. I would gravitate towards people who I felt was on my level, and I would kind of shut myself out from everything else, and I learned a lot of bad habits. And one of the things that sucks about that is people always assume that I'm thinking I'm smarter than the next person, and it's like, no, I'm not. I don't think I'm smarter. You know, I I've gotten comfortable this way, you know. But I'll be more considerate for your viewers out there.
You got to be considerate that if you're a leader.
Yeah, because some people got jobs and stuff. Some people ain't got time to be, you know, studying up on all this stuff, you know. Some people got a reality to deal with, you know. If you're dealing with reality, you know, forget all the big words and extra fancy stuff. If you're doing you, then be proud of doing you, you know.
Yeah. But they do need to have this knowledge, though.
Well, yeah, if they have the time to view one of your videos, which is much appreciated, it's always a good idea to kind of play school with yourself every once in a while, you know. You know, we make time for TV, we make time for drinking and partying and going out, you know. With the miracle of the internet, we are doing ourselves a serious disservice by using it in a way where we don't enrich our lives in a personal way, you know. People are using the internet to mind everyone's business but they own sometimes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that I'm against that. There's a time and a place for everything. But back to my point about the whole sex thing, and this is really more so for the guys. I'm not a female. I haven't gotten to know a female like that. A girl has yet to open up to me to really help me understand that. But for guys, we need to really just step back and just focus. Oh, just one more moment.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah, but we can't keep letting that run us, because it's running us into the ground, and it's running our communities into the ground, and it's running our women into the ground.
Yeah.
And I feel that the responsibility is on us, more so because of my my religious upbringing.
I think the male, what do you call that? Because the males are suffering as well. The males themselves, because this is why you have the MGTOWs.
Yeah.
You know, the MGTOWs to me are a bad result of I'm just now realizing I have control over my damn life. And then they go from one extreme to the other. Like, I was like going full-fledged after women. Now I don't even want to, I'm not allowed. I have literally heard a MGTOW say, I'm not allowed to be.
He said aloud.
Huh?
You know, actually, I had to get on MGTOW about the exact same thing.
I'm not allowed to talk to a woman by myself. I'm like, who's not allowing you to do that? Like, really?
Well, there's a certain thing females do. Like I said, like when you read the Bible, it has a lot of indications that it's really towards a man. You
Right.
know, it's like it's like if a woman were to read it, it seems like the book is directing its content towards a male audience.
It is.
And so, first off, that's low-key kind of embarrassing. Because when you really get down to it, that's basically saying you need a book to kind of help you put things in proper perspective. Okay, well, what about the women? They're on the ball. What do you mean they're on the ball? Trust me, like, it may not look like it, but they're on the ball. I will look after the orphans, and I will look after the widows. I got them. And that's actual scripture. I'm paraphrasing it, but there's actual scripture that says that God looks after the orphans and the widows.
Yeah, but the book being directed, the Bible being directed towards the male audience is not anything derogatory. The reason that it's doing that is because the male is the head of the household, of society as a whole. So if you have a company All right. If you're the owner of a company, all right, with
Mhm.
God will being the owner, in this hypothetical scenario, okay. If you're the owner of a company, you're not gonna go and talk to your employees that clean the windows when you really need
Right, right, right. You specify the memos to go to the right people.
to the leaders.
Yeah,
Specifically the leaders, you're going to deal with your leaders, and they
yeah,
will delegate all any other authorities necessary, all right, to get the job
yeah.
done. Okay, so this
Well,
reason here.
my sense of embarrassment comes from the fact that when Scripture directs itself generally towards a male audience, it kind of sheds light on the lack of respect that we have for females.
No, it's not. I just told you why.
Well, no, no, I understand that from your perspective. I agree, but I'm just saying, for me personally, it's like here's a perfect example. Guys say, "Oh, women, you can never understand women," you know, and then the Bible turns around and says, "Know your wife." As a husband, you must know your wife.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is it? It's either you can't understand women, or
Who said you can
it's your
never?
job to understand her. No,
Who?
no, 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 no. That's a popular phrase. That's a popular secular phrase that a lot of guys say. Like bitches be crazy. Or what's another good one? I'll never understand women, or women are impossible to
That's
understand.
because they're not talking to God. Because what was
Exactly. That is the fact of the matter. Yes, you would know everything you need to know if you just read the first chapter. And so when I looked at the MGTOW community, it's like it's like it's like a hijack. Men going their own way is right, but the reason they're doing it is wrong. I heard a man say something, and I had to really get on him about this. He says, "I am afraid to get married." I said, "You're what?" Yeah, he said, "Yeah, I'm afraid to get married." I'm like, "Don't you ever say that shit again out loud. You can think it to yourself all you want, but you
oh
don't tell anybody you're afraid of anything as a man. You can say, I'm cautious. You can say, I'm wary. You can use every word but afraid, because when you use the word afraid, you are undercutting yourself to yourself in
right,
front of everyone else. A female hearing that is never going to hear that and go, "Oh, what? He's afraid of getting married? Oh, darn. We must be doing something wrong. Hey, girls, that guy over there is afraid of getting married." It's like, no, they're looking at you like, "You fucking coward."
right.
And it's like basically MGTOW is men going their own way, right? Which is taking back control, which is, not letting women dictate who you are as a man. Stop depending on pussy for your self-worth. It's all those things, but then it's for all the wrong reasons. It's like, why don't you depend on pussy anymore? Oh, well, that's because, the women got these rights and these, that, and the other, and they'll steal from you, and they'll, divorce, and, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? That's the best you could do? How about because you need to learn to respect yourself? And when you learn to respect yourself, you can command respect of others. And when you can command respect of others, then you can have the allegiance of a woman without having to worry about her backstabbing. You can have that in spades if she respects you when you first learn to respect yourself. But no, MGTOW is not even about that. They say to do all of the things that encompass self-respect. They say, get fit. They say work out or whatever. But then instead of them saying, I'm doing this to exercise my discipline in order to build up my self-respect, instead of them saying that, they'll say, oh, I'm doing this so I can make women jealous. So that way when they come after me, I can deny them like they were denying me. I'm like, you vindictive punk-ass mother. No! Like,
Oh,
you're doing everything right, but then you're
shit.
doing it for all the wrong reasons. Stop that.
Stop, bro, shit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just do ether. When I say something, there's just really not too much that can be said about it. And I'm not speaking from a place of arrogance. And I really, sometimes I get disappointed when nobody can come back at me with something. But the truth of the matter is, I don't care what laws are on the books. I don't care how much, a woman could, take your kids, put you on child support. I don't care about any of that shit because you walked into that first off.
Mm-hmm.
You literally walked into it. The vagina is a receiving organ. So you put yourself in that situation, quite literally.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like when we're finally taking back our masculinity, finally doing it right, it's just the most embarrassing shit I've ever seen.
Wow, that's like we finally got our freedom as Black people, and people still be acting like they enslaved each other now.
Well, actually, that did happen. When the slaves were liberated, they all were basically unemployed at that point. Some, sought to settle the new lands and, settle the areas. Some hooked up the Native Americans like my ancestors did. I'm part Native American. And then some of them actually stayed on the plantation and it was business as usual.
Right.
It was like, I'm going to stay here, And, for the few that were in a position to do that, good for them. But the truth of the matter is, men are trying to say that they're leaving the plantation, right? They call it a plantation. They call traditionalism a plantation. They try to make being a father and being a husband.
Wow.
They try to equate that to slavery.
Wow. That's horrible.
I'm like, what else is there? And then it gets worse. You think it couldn't get worse, but sin and rebellion against God, it doesn't have brakes. You're just in the car, and you hit you're in the car with somebody, they just drive and they hit somebody, like, oh, hey man, we gotta stop, exchange information. It's like, oh, no, can't stop, no brakes. Mm-hmm. And it's like, what the fuck are we gonna hit that's gonna make us stop?
Wow.
That's the scary part about it. What are they gonna hit to make them stop? Because this cannot continue. You cannot walk out of your freaking biological destiny and not have some kind of severe consequences. Mm-hmm. Now, some guys, they're not in traditionalism, and that's a preference of theirs, and I respect that. But if they're not in traditionalism because they consider it to be slavery, that's the dumbest thing ever.
Right.
It is a very honorable thing to take up the task of establishing a home and creating more productive members of society. It's like, what's going to happen when you get old? Who's going to come visit you? Who's going to remind you of who you are when you forget? Right. Who's going to have been there and understood you as a person? Who's going to know who you are? Like I wish a MGTOW dude would just hit up a hospice and see if they can find that one guy who, wasn't fortunate to have all of those family things. That guy would say in a heartbeat, you're insane.
Right.
You're insane. I wish somebody would come visit me, and you're planning to have this? You're planning to have the end of your life go like this? And then, as if the whole getting old and being lonely factor isn't enough, it gets even worse. How worse, you say? These guys think, yeah, it gets worse. These guys think that they can replace women with technology. Wow. These guys think that they are going to have a robot wife.
Oh,
these guys think that there's going to be artificial wombs that they can purchase the use of to grow a human in their likeness for them to have kids absent of a female. They think that this is going to happen. And
wow.
I'm not trying to disrespect females when I say this, but I got to be honest. I don't see them letting this shit go down. I have seen PS4s and Xbox Ones smashed to pieces because it got between them and their man.
Right.
What do you think is going to happen to the factory that builds these things? Females will burn it to the ground.
Speaking of burnt,
and will throw as many of those sorry ass motherfuckers in it as they can. That is a treasonous act against your fucking species.
Right. shit.
If you're that weak of a man, I guarantee you some females could snatch you up and throw you in that burning factory, thinking you can make females obsolete. And then they actually said those words. I'm thinking to myself, these idiots think they can make women obsolete. Yeah, women are going to be obsolete. What?
Really?
What?
Wow, these some bitter ass men. I didn't know. I know women can be ugly.
Bitter is a compliment at this point. Please call me bitter. These dudes are past bitter. These guys.
Wow.
Like I'm struggling to find the words. I'm trying to, be considerate of the audience, but at the same time, it's like I need some shit with like 19 syllables in this shit.
Hey, look, this is real talk over here now. We want you to keep your words. We want you to keep your words small enough where we can understand it. But we let them rip.
Yeah. I ain't no handing out no homework. I ain't no teacher handing out no homework, and I ain't nobody special. Shit, I'm broke as hell as all y'all, man. I was telling my big sister just earlier, it don't matter how much you know, it matters what you're able to do with what you know. And me personally, I know for a fact that in my insecurities in the past, I tried to build myself up. I tried to build up my self-worth through trivial knowledge. Now when it comes to me trying to get something done, I have more understanding in my head than I have actions done to make me money. So trust me, I ain't got away with nothing for the folks out there. It's nothing, man. Everybody's equal in my opinion, Like no matter what lifestyle you can live, everybody cries, everybody shits.
Right.
But back to the whole MGTOW thing. So I'm thinking to myself, well, can't get no more worse than that. Trying to make females obsolete and thinking they're gonna let you live. Mm-hmm. And it's not that I'm trying to say women are just these barbaric animals or whatever. But what I'm saying is.
But women is vicious. Yeah. You try to. They talk about replacing us. Oh no. What woman is?
And it's like, why would you want to? How could you? And then on top of it, there's no artificial intelligent programming that exists that can encompass the female psyche, because the female psyche has the most beautiful thing. She can respond to you and only you if she loves you. Right. And when she responds to you, she mirrors you in a unique way where you can see things about yourself through her. But at the same time, those things about yourself are not of her.
Right.
And when you have that relationship dynamic, you become what I like to consider a true human. A true human. And what a true human to me is somebody who understands what's really important. I remember in high school, I was proposing that only married people with married heterosexual people with kids should be able to vote. Because the way I feel about it is, if you can't handle a woman, what makes you think you can handle the complexities of politics?
Right.
You can't even impartially be yourself to allow a woman to, make contributions to your life to help you, Mr. You think you can do it all. And there's some misses, they think they can do it all too out there now.
Right.
The only problem is it's true for them, and that's actually the sad part, in my opinion.
Oh, shit.
It's true. There's some misses I can do it by myself out there, and they are doing it by themselves. Ain't no man out there calling themselves doing it by themselves and really happy about this shit.
Right.
See, female emotions is damn near bulletproof.
No.
They're built to last. They're built for tough. It's us men that are fragile, and we need to respect and understand that we are fragile. Well, we are fragile emotionally for a very profound reason. Think about it like this. There's a book called The Art of War that was written by a Japanese general long time ago named Sun Tzu. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but he says to know your enemy, right? And so in order to know your enemy, that means you got to be able to empathize with your enemy. You got to be able to kind of basically identify with your enemy, right? And those require certain emotional abilities that that it helps in the battlefield. Like if you're in a war with somebody, you got to be able to think like your enemy in order to beat them to the punch so that you can outmaneuver them and win. So when we look at those dynamics in warfare, we have to understand that that's still who we are when we're not at war. And those emotions, in absent of killing someone else, can kill ourselves. Equal and opposite reaction. Equal and opposite. The emotions that we use to know our enemy is the very emotions that can destroy ourselves.
So do you think what do you think about this topic specifically? I posed I made the statement, God created sex. All right. What's your knowledge on the origin and its purpose?
I really am a selfish person. I really don't really think anything too far outside myself. For me, it's the origin for me personally, and the purpose for me personally is what I've been dealing with. I never really thought to kind of check the Bible on that. But from what I remember, Adam made the same mistake that a lot of us make. You know, the story of Adam and Eve is a romantic tragedy. It really is. Adam saw Eve after she had ate of that fruit, and he knew that God had tasked him, not both of them, him as the leader to ensure that that rule is followed, right?
Yeah, but
it says if you eat it,
wait a minute, before the fruit thing, when God created man, he gave them instructions. You remember what those instructions were?
Be fruitful and multiply.
Right. So, would you agree that God created sex?
I remember my pastor during a sermon about sexual immorality. He was basically saying, when God said be fruitful and multiply, you have to understand and respect that he put in all of us the sex drive sufficient enough to populate the earth. So it's a pretty big deal. Right. And so when mankind had became cursed, the curse of mankind from their rebellion against God had kind of cursed everything, and it included sex.
Right.
The curse for sex for women was pain and childbearing and child labor, right? And for men, their curse is to toil. I'm trying to remember the exact words. They say
for his work for his food.
Yeah, he has to work for his food. Mm-hmm. Now, when a man becomes a provider, it's always best to just exercise, just for the heck of it, having things in excess. That's why men are kind of driven to be financially more frugal, you know? And so that type of behavior is in consideration to the fact that maybe one day we're going to make mouths to feed. And so when you respect and understand that you may one day have mouths to feed, you build up a habit of generating resources in excess of yourself. And that's why guys like to buy the fancy clothes, you know, the watch and stuff. I mean,
you never have children?
Excuse me?
What if the person never has children? Some people are barren. What if they never have children? Then what? What is sex for? I'm trying to pull something out of you. What is sex? Why would God create sex other than having children?
Oh, why would he do it for other than having children?
Yes. Or did you not know that there was other purposes for it?
I believe worship was one of them. As long as it's a married couple.
Right.
Another one is
Don't run over that one too fast. Tell people what you mean by worship. What does worship have to do with sex?
worship has a lot to do with sex because it's in the category of faith and obedience. A lot of people believe worship is the singy, dancey, clappy stuff in church. No, that's actually for us. That has like as far as what God is interested in, he doesn't want to hear you sing, clap, and dance and then disobey him and not have faith. And
Right.
so when it comes to sex, if you are faithful and obedient to God, it comes out in everything that you do.
Right. So worship. How does worship has to do with sex?
It yeah, it comes out in how you make love. It comes out in how you do your job at work. It comes out in everything.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's not just something that's contained to a specific area. It permeates through you like light. That's what God says. You know, you are the light of the world.
Can you tell us how that works? How does
How
sex
it works.
have to do with worship? And because I mean, you and I know these things, right?
Hmm?
But do you realize how rare it is to hear somebody say something like this? There are people out there right now that think we're committing blasphemy by saying that sex is worship. So explain to them what you're talking about.
Hmm. It's a make or break type deal. That's what it really comes down to.
What is worship?
It's faith and obedience, in my opinion. That's what true worship is, in my opinion. The singing and the dancing part, it's for us. It's a reward for us. We can actually say thank you to something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that there's somebody out there that has blessed us, and we're celebrating. You know, we're celebrating our victories that we accumulated through our faith and obedience,
Mm-hmm.
and you know the way that mankind has socialized that type of expression is usually in church.
So I'm still not getting it. What does worship have to do with sex?
Hmm. I'm trying to work it out in a way.
See, you know what that means. I know what that means, but
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to explain it to the audience because you know, like, it's essentially trying to capture a unique feeling and convey it with words when words sometimes fail some of the greatest feelings, you know.
right.
But basically, it's something that man, I am a weird guy. You know, I'll just be honest. My first girlfriend, you know, we were kind of talking about marriage and all this stuff,
Uh-huh.
and I had said this to her, and I am a very brilliant idiot. You know, I could say something profound, but then not, you know, like I can reach a conclusion that's profound, but not have the thought process that led up to it to actually do it for myself. You know, it's like I just jump to the end of stuff sometimes. But I told her, can you imagine how much more better sex would feel if we can just, like, for a moment, just know we're not sinning? Can you imagine how good that would feel?
Right.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
like you don't have to have that guilty feeling just coming out of nowhere, like, hey there, what you doing? Oh crap, it's my conscience. Nothing.
Uh-huh.
You know, spirit coming to convict you. You know, it's like you don't have the issue of worrying about conviction in fulfilling the marital relations with your spouse. You don't have to feel that way.
Right.
You don't have to feel the guilt. And when the guilt kind of kicks in, the guilt, it really, that's kind of the beginning of the decaying process, is the
Okay.
guilt.
But tie that in with worship. So what
So when you do it and you're, oh sorry.
So what you're saying is that when you make love to one another, when you're within the confines of the way God ordained it, you're actually worshiping one another, right?
Yeah, you're worshiping God through each other.
Through each other, all right. Okay.
Yeah, not of each other. You know, I can't stress that enough.
Not what? What?
It's through, not of.
Of is not of. What you mean? It's not of.
Like of would be like it comes from the dependency. Like my love for her should never, ever, ever, ever supersede my love for God. I have to put God first as the head of my household. No matter how much I love my wife, I still got to put God first.
God, it would be shown through how you treat yourself.
Yeah. Now, if I am worshiping God of her, that's like basically saying I'm not really worshiping God, I'm worshiping her.
Of her. Okay, I didn't get that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm worshiping God of her. It's like, no, like it's not of her, it's of God.
Right.
Don't go thinking that that's, the best thing since sliced bread.
Oh, okay. So then you saying don't make gods of one, each other primary gods in each other's life.
Mm-hmm.
But God being the center makes the worship.
Not even center. It's above, because she can die, she can get sick, she can not want to do it.
Well, why?
She might get mad at you.
Well, why can't it be through God then?
No. It's for God through each other.
For God. Okay.
Through each other. Yeah, it's not from God of each other. It's through God. It's funny how just words can just change the whole meaning of a statement. You got to be careful what you say.
Right. So let's get it straight.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's backtrack. So we're worshiping each other.
No. You're worshiping God through each other. It's not about you or her. It's about God. Your faith and obedience to God had allotted you the provisions to take care of her. Her faith and obedience to God has allotted her the opportunity to have a man who's being responsible. And through having relations with each other, if they put God first, it is supposed to be an encouraging process to continue on that path. But if you are worshiping her, then there's a slight, like a hairline crack, if you will. It's just a tiny little crack. And
nope.
And that can grow into a much bigger problem, which is why there are still problems in marriage, because as human beings, there's no way, like if I was married, there would be no way I would remember God every single time. There's the honeymoon, there's the anniversaries, there's that Sunday morning session. But other than that, like people tend to forget, and they put too much worship on their wife instead of putting the worship to God through their wife. It's like, I thank God for you,
Right. Well, yeah, we can thank God for one another, but we also have to worship the God in each other too. See, that's something that a lot of people try to.
Well, that's where humility comes from.
Each other as gods, and how can we be the children of God without actually being what He is?
Well, it's kind of a humility type deal. It's kind of like a canceling out process. It's kind of like, the Bible where it says, if I am for you, who can be against you? It wasn't saying no one can literally be against you. It's saying whatever is against you stands no chance.
Right.
If God is for you. And so when God is for you and nothing can stand a chance against you, your faith and obedience, it has to be enough, because as human beings, we are corruptible. And when we get worshipped, sometimes we don't always direct that worship back up to God. Sometimes we kind of stash it in our pockets, put a little over there, hide it under the couch, like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna think I'm hot stuff right now. And it's like you gotta humble yourself before God and know to direct the praise and worship you get to Him.
Yeah, but that comes from understanding. That's why the Bible says, in all thy getting, that means why you getting your groove on. All thy getting, that means why you're obtaining knowledge. And all thy getting, why you're relating to your wife. In all thy getting, get understanding.
Understanding.
Love, and it say get peace. It said get understanding.
Understanding. That's one of my favorite verses, actually.
Yeah. So understanding must have been an awesome thing. All right.
It really is.
And it is to be valued above love, because he said in all thy get. He didn't exclude love. All right.
He didn't exclude it, but it's kind of down the totem pole. Right.
What he's saying is, make sure when you get love that you understand what it is. All right.
So, and that's where the distortion I was talking about. When you get love and you understand, then you understand that love is from God, and the love that you feel is to be directed back to God. It's supposed to be like a cycle.
But that sounds like something, but it ain't right. All right, it ain't quite right. I'm gonna tell you why. That's kind of like saying, I love my mama. Okay, no, I love my daddy. All right, I'm a daddy girl to the bone, baby. All right.
Right.
Real shit. Okay. I love my daddy to death. Okay. And when I find me a husband, I want him to be somewhat like my daddy and my pawpaw, a mixture of the two. All right. Because they were some bad men, right? They were some bad motherfuckers. All right. So when I do find me a husband, he gonna have to resemble them. All right. Keep in mind, we're talking about marriage here.
That's a tall order.
Okay. Oh yeah. So in that regard, when I do find me a husband and he resembles them in character, I'm not trying to fuck my daddy and my pawpaw.
Well, of course not.
I want him to be separate and individual, and I love him as him. All right.
Right.
So he just resembles them in some characteristics. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So as we relate God as our Father, right? Or he's both male and female, so you can put this in the regard of your mother. You might want to find a good woman. If your mama was a good woman, or your granny was a good woman, or whatever like that, you might want to find a woman that resembles their character. All right. But you don't want to screw your mama. Your shit might not get up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
That's gonna be a little awkward.
Yeah, that's a perversion of what of the whole system,
Right.
But
know that when you
it's different. It's kind of different for guys. It's kind of different. See, mothers, they are protective of their sons. And so if I found a woman who was exactly like my mother, there would be a lot of conflict between her and him, because basically they would be having a who loves him the best contest 24/7 nonstop. They would be petty and trying to one-up each other and all that. And that exists in a lot of relationships.
I know. I've been with them kind of mama's ass babies.
Mamas think that they can compete in an area where they're not permitted to compete. There was what was that movie, Jump the Broom? You ever see that movie, Jump the Broom?
No.
Or Jump in the Broom?
Yeah, but you're missing the point. Let's get back to the point, though. The point is that when you're making love, your whole purpose is not to worship God at that point. The whole purpose is to worship that person, okay? Because it's God ordained, he all right with that. He didn't already gave his condolence, all right? Because what did the Bible say? What God had joined together, let no man put asunder, all right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he won't do it.
Why would he? He ain't no Indian giver.
He said, "Let no man." It doesn't. He reserves the authority to do as he feels necessary based on what he sees as good, not what we see as good.
He's not an Indian giver, though. He's not no Indian.
How do you know?
Huh?
How do you know?
Because I know him.
The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. That's not like Indian giving.
Job said that. Reread it.
Huh?
Job said that in his ignorance. Reread it. God didn't say, I giveth and I taketh. Job said that in his ignorance. Okay, reread it and get back with me on that one, all right?
All right. I'll check the context. I may be using it out of context.
All right.
I should need to refamiliarize myself with that anyway.
Okay. But God is not an Indian giver, huh? All right. Bob said what? He say the blessing of the Lord maketh rich and added no sorrow. All right. So you got to like Paul said, you got to rightly divide the word of truth. All right. So that being said, God is not an Indian giver. If he give you the Bible say, he that findeth the wife findeth the what?
I'm not familiar. You're gonna have to finish that one on you.
That findeth the wife findeth the good thing. Good thing. Yeah, that's some good shit right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I heard my brother say that one.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was from the Bible though.
Yeah, the Bible says find the wife find good thing.
Yeah.
And obtain it. And it go on even further and it say, and he obtained favor of the Lord. See, this is the thing that you got to understand, baby. When God you need God to fill you with his spirit, all right? So that you're not understanding these things with just your mind, but you're perceiving it off of his spirit, all right? Because then you'll be led by the Spirit. The Bible said those that are sons of God are led by the Spirit of God. All right. So once you're being led by the Spirit of God, all right, he'll lead you to your wife. All right. That God ordained. When you find her, you're going to say, oh, yeah, there's some good shit right here. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed many opportunities trying to have control over what only God can control. Yeah, I missed out, man. Missed out.
You ain't missed out. God got. See, there's no such thing as.
I'm just being respectful to acknowledging that I made a mistake. That's all. I'm not saying I literally missed out. What God wants me to have, I'm gonna get, irregardless of if I want it or not.
Yes, because even if you came across what God wanted for you, you're gonna come back across it. All right, all right, and you'll just appreciate it more when you come back across it. All right, if that was the case, but you haven't met your mate yet.
Nope.
So you ain't missed out on nothing. All right, you ain't missed nothing. All right, you ain't met your mate yet. All right.
Yeah, I'm just being humble and understanding I made a mistake. That's all. I'm not trying to say that I missed anything, but I'm just trying to say I missed an opportunity to demonstrate something, And of course, God works it out in his own way to a point where it was probably the best move for me at the time, in spite of it, I'm not trying to say I'm salty about it. What I'm saying is the lesson I learned from it is valuable. And the only way that lesson could have ever come about is if I had felt that there was something missing. And that's why I acknowledge that I had missed out on it. What do they say? When you get through a storm, you get to the blessing, right? Right. No, there we go. Before there's a blessing, there's a lesson. There we go. Yeah, I heard that. That's the one too, and that's kind of what I'm saying. I got a lesson before a blessing.
Right.
And yeah. But back to the whole worshiping the person you're being intimate with.
You got to worship.
I just see I personally was corrupted. That I mean, I have a bias because that's how I had been corrupted.
Right.
Um, um, at the time, I was proud of it, but looking back on it, it's the most depressing thing I could think of. But a lot of girls had chose to be in relationships with me just for sex.
Right.
And I thought I was Mr. Big Shot, you know. I thought, you know, I would go online, look at the massage techniques, look up pressure points, you know, how to do all the, you know, stuff. Like I was a mad scientist with it, you know. I like the way I do my video games, like I did the whole sex thing, you know. And I was just like, well, one I was insecure because I didn't want to ever be in a position where I felt inadequate, and two, I was worshiping them, you know, because like I said, I was reinforcing negative characteristics that I had, but at the same time, I
Let
was
me tell you
making
the difference
them.
between worship.
Hmm?
Let me tell you the difference between worship and idolize. Okay? Because you're using them interchangeably and you can't do that. All right.
Oh, you right. You caught me. You right.
All
You
right.
right. You right. My mistake. That's why I was just saying earlier. You know, words are very important. In just saying the wrong thing, you can mean something totally different. But yeah, you're right. I was idolizing these females.
Right. Right.
They were to me my ego boost.
They're
They were to
God.
me
They were
my masculine. You know, they made me feel like a man. You know,
they were
and
some gods. That's why God said he's a jealous God and he'll have no
yeah.
other gods before him.
Yep, and just like every stone statue of idols and all that stuff, my relationships would just come crumbling down.
Right.
And I would just keep rebuilding, they would just keep coming down, and I keep rebuilding, keep crumbling down, and it's like, hey man, I'm gonna build it up bigger. And then it kept crumbling down, and then I built it up even bigger, and then it kept crumbling down, and now I'm like halfway through building another one, and I'm like, man, if this shit come crumbling down, it's gonna fall on your ass, nigga.
Mhm. Yeah.
You might need to, you know, take these bricks that you're building this idol with, and how about you build yourself a temple in your heart for God to worship in? How about that?
Right.
And
And
see,
another thing is that you can't, this is what God taught me about my relationships because I've been married twice, but even my boyfriends in between
mm-hmm,
marriages, I treated them like kings and wondered why it didn't work.
mm-hmm,
You can't
that's,
you can't give husband or wife privileges to a
mm-hmm,
boyfriend or a girl.
mm-hmm. You know what my daddy used to tell me? He said, son, stop playing married if you're not.
Yeah, playing.
Stop it.
Uh,
Stop playing married if you were not, son.
right.
That's what he used to tell me. And it's the truth. You can't do that.
Because
Because
that
what you're basically teaching that female is not only are you doing husband type stuff, but you're doing it in a relationship that is considered to be a broad part of your life. And so when you're doing that in just a regular relationship, her impression is, oh, you do all these females like this, you're a simp. Any old female could just come along and you're going to treat them, you know, like the greatest thing since sliced bread.
right.
You know, if you ever cheated on me, you would cheat for romantic reasons, and you wouldn't love me anymore, and you know, I couldn't trust you. You know, like you're teaching her to respond to you in the wrong way. It's like she should be able to respond to you that way after you have made that commitment, after you have initiated that process and you know got married.
Right.
If you're just doing that just because, then the very best that you have to offer, no matter how good it is just a sample at Costco to her. Period. It could taste good, but it's a sample.
Right.
Now, if you want to bring out the whole course, if you want to be the full size meal, you're gonna have to get into the home, right? You can't just be in a store. You got to get to the home. First off, you got to present yourself. You got to have the right packaging. It's a whole lot of it that goes to it. And now, of course, I'm relating it with food, but it has more to do with marketing. Scientists, they talk about sex market value, but they never talk about it from the emotional and the social stance. They always talk about it from the primal stance. They always talk about muscles and the sound of the voice and symmetry and all that stuff. They talk about all the literal stuff, but they never get into the heart of the matter, the things that people feel emotionally.
That goes on about in the spirit. How can they talk about it?
Yeah, I used to get destroyed when females would leave me because I am nobody's ugly. I actually thought I was ugly. That's how much I put into females. I put so much emphasis of my self-worth coming from a girl loving me that when they didn't love me, I thought I was ugly.
Wow.
I look back on that and I'm embarrassed. I'm like, I thought I was ugly, like for a whole fucking 3-4 months. I was looking in the mirror at the same dude, thinking he was ugly, all because all of the value of self-esteem that I wanted was coming from everywhere but myself. And it can only come from myself if I ask God, That's why a lot of people, they don't really have it to a certain degree. There's actually proven statistics that say that it was on a dating website. Atheist women still prefer to date Christian men.
Wow.
It was a proven statistical study from collecting information from a lot of dating website database. When I saw that, I'm like, let me get a number. What's the percentage?
Wait a minute. I believe that because you know why?
Because they fuck like they worshiping God.
Yes, they're attracted to that.
I mean, seriously, that's some I'm just saying, like, that's some stuff secular women are getting in the line for. Like, hey, I may not believe in God, but
he turned me on every time. This is why I married my first husband. Ooh, he turned me on when I see him praying and he be crying out to God and he be really serious. Boy, that was such a turn on. I'd be like, yes, that's my husband.
I wish girls was attracted to that type of stuff nowadays. When I start praying before I eat, girls look at me like I'm about to put a fork full of shit in my mouth. I'm like, I just prayed over my food. Like, what are you looking at me funny for?
Well, it's not, the praying over the food thing didn't really attract me. But
no. I'm just saying, like, it's not even just praying over food. It's just like praying in general. Like, some girls just don't get that. I'm talking
about the real hard down praying, not no bless my food, let me nurse my body prayer. I'm talking about some real on your knees. I'm talking. You notice I said crying out to God. Okay.
Yeah.
He would pour out, and I mean like pouring out. That I saw the intimacy between God, and that's what attracted me.
And that's the truth of it. And for like people out there who are okay, whoa, okay now, whoa.
Yes.
But let me go this far. There are perfectly simple explanations, just in case there are a few skeptical viewers or a few non-believing viewers out there. It kind of goes like this. Women, their sense of attraction is tied into social value. If you have a high social value, she's going to be attracted to you. Now, whether that social value is authentic or not, it's a whole nother story, but let's just stick to the whole general statement of the thing. They want a man who has a high social value. When you have a high social value, that means that the people who have the highest status are the people in your circle. That's the people you kick it with. That's the people that you're around. That's why in high school, the nerds rarely hang out with the jocks. It's not so much that they don't like the nerds or that they hate them. In movies, growing up, I was thinking that the jocks would bully nerds in high school. But when I got to high school, it was like, no, it was nothing of the case. It was just that they were a different social circle. and one wasn't allowed to go to the other. And it's not that it was rules to it, it's just that it was about everybody kind of developing their sexuality and understanding how to market themselves. You're not going to be able to buy a car tire in the frozen food section. You know, it's just never going to happen. So you basically want to present yourself in your category and be the best product of your category, you know? You can't just be all over the place. And so when it comes to a man who is praying to God, basically God, the creator of the universe and the most powerful force ever from the beginning to end of time, is some dude that he's able to talk to, and not just talk to, but through his faith and obedience, command of God the fulfillment of promises through his faith and obedience. So basically, when you have that authority and when you have those blessings and you have that faith and obedience, when you got things right with God and you're praying, that's some powerful stuff. I like to compare it to I know you don't know the reference, but it's kind of like Dragon Ball Z. In Dragon Ball Z, they would basically they would strain themselves in such a way where they would kind of shout out, right? And it would be this energy that would come like from around them, and it would just knock away mountains. It would blow away rubble. It would crack the earth, and that's just them powering up. They haven't even started fighting yet. And so when you're praying to God and you have everything right, you are just powering up. And when a woman sees you powering up like that, it's like, woo, that's my man, you know?
Yes, indeed, baby.
That's somebody who's about to go get something done. That's somebody who's about to make mountain move. You know, it's not that he's making the mountain moves per se, but that's somebody who knows how to. He may not be able to move mountains, but he knows how to get it done. You get it? And that's why even secular women, they can't help but be attracted to that. They can't help it. And the tragedy of it is a lot of Christian men have not been responsible with that privilege, and they go from powering up to getting knocked right back out.
Well, if a man, and now the good thing about a woman having intuition too, you can tell if he's sincere or not.
Yeah.
And so it's the sincerity as well that really gets it. Okay, I wasn't turned on by my husband just praying. It was the fact of the sincerity of his heart, the way I could hear in his voice when he would say, Lord, and bless my family, Lord. You know, keep my wife, Father. You know, and I was like, oh,
yeah, man, that's some cool stuff. Like, hold up. This guy knows God, and
I do.
Yeah. It's like, hold on. You're friends with God? And you asked God to do what? Oh, you asked him to protect me?
Yeah.
You got it like that?
Every time.
Yeah, nigga.
It don't matter how mad I was with him, because we prayed together too. And I don't care how mad I was with him, I just melted it on. I just melted it. Shuck it. I'm telling you, I see him pray. And
but you gotta be responsible with that. You gotta be responsible, because as you powering up, something else is, because God says that we live a life of trials and tribulations. So if you think you powering up and doing all this, wait till you see what your competition's doing. Wait till you see what God has in store for you to humble you, in case you think you Mr. Hot Shit. You know?
Yeah.
See what God has to humble you, not even because you're hot shit, but because of the message that you can convey through the life that you're living.
Right.
Like, it's kind of like, you know, it's like Superman stopping a meteor from, you know, the Earth, you know? You know, he flies up, he punches the meteor, you know, he gets knocked back down, everybody's like, oh, wow, he's really hurt, you know, and of course Superman actually is kind of hurt because, you know, that it's a meteor. But at the same time, it's like, wow, look what he did, you know? It's like he's still standing, he's getting back up, and it's like, and that's what it's about. You can't get mad because of a trial in your life that's knocked you down, because God wants to show everybody who gets back up.
Right.
It's like, hey man, don't trip on me knocking you down. I just want to show everybody how I just want to show everybody how I help you get back up.
Yeah, I was proud
I
of
built you up, right?
him.
I built you up, right? And that's kind of the exchange that we have in our commitment to following God and to have Christ in our life. That's a part of the commitment.
Right. Now I was just as proud of him when because he struggled with drug addiction and stuff like that, and I was just as proud of him when he say, "Baby, I failed," and he said, "But I'm just gonna get back up," like you said. He said, "Baby, just get back up. It don't matter if you fall. Just get your ass up like that." I'm
gonna put on my Stallone impression.
Get your motherfucking ass
it's not about how hard you get hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and get back up.
Right.
And still stand, Adrian. Yeah, that's honestly what it's about. And as far as pop culture is concerned, there's a massive distortion to this. Every time there's an R&B song, they're singing about sex. Every time there's a sad R&B song, they're sad because of the deficit of sex that has recently occurred because someone left them. And it's like it's basically trying to beautify that process I was telling you about, where I was building up idols,
right,
and then they were crumbling down. Mm-hmm. It's basically taking that and making it look appealing,
right,
making it look beautiful, making it look desirable, making it look natural, even making it look like this is how it's supposed to be. And it's like, what God builds, nothing can tear down. Period. Nobody can tear it down. And if you ain't building what God wants you to build, you ain't built nothing. That's how billionaires get took to the bank. They thought that they were God because of all the money and the power, and the next thing you know, bye-bye. I feel nothing for them. Not to say that women are innocent, but at the same time, you shouldn't have worshipped her and your money to a point where losing her is such a tragedy. That's kind of why I like Donald Trump. I'm sorry, a lot of people are looking at him sideways nowadays, but Trump had nothing. Donald Trump, he had lost a ton of money in the divorce. Got right back up on his game, got all that money back, and got more money back.
Principles, though, that's what I was telling you about the principles.
I don't know how Donald Trump's relationship is with God, but
because
essentially,
you the principles without having a relationship with God.
Well, yeah, because God, that's another thing that a lot of people don't understand. God does not play favorites.
Right.
He loves us all.
Right.
It doesn't matter how much you sing and praise him in church. If there's an atheist out there doing what's right, he ain't going to be stingy with his blessings.
Right.
Because he wants that person to understand where those promises come from.
Right.
He ain't going to just arbitrarily sabotage somebody because you don't agree with them.
Right.
There's probably a gay couple out there right now that has a relationship better than most people around them.
That's true.
There is a gay dude who's about to get married, and the female friend of the gay dude is jealous.
Right.
Thinking they have grounds to stand on. Now, I'm not trying to say I agree with the lifestyle, but what I'm trying to say is the fool will humble the wise.
That's true.
You think you know, but you have no idea.
Right. Well,
that's gotta hurt though.
Yeah, but part of the reason why, the part of the reason why I would be jealous of a male gay marriage is because we women already outnumber men as it is. Then we got these fucking ridiculous ass MGTOWs. Then we got. Oh, okay. So now it's a fair fight. Thank you for getting out the way. Thank you. Goodbye. Go your own way. See you. More bitches for me. Goodbye. No, I was kidding. No, I'm saying then okay, so that's lessening our odds of finding a good man. You don't understand that.
Honestly,
Our
I
numbers
doubt it.
numbers was low
I
as
doubt it.
it is because some men are already taken. All right.
Hmm.
We outnumber y'all to begin with. All
Hmm.
right. Say we started out with a number, say of 1,000.
Hmm.
Okay. If we divvy it up in percentages, okay, let's say 50% of the men are already married. Boom, that's 50%
Hmm.
gone already. All
Hmm.
right. Then let's say 30% of the men is gay. Damn.
30? Dude, it's more like 3.2, but all right.
No, it's not. You'll be surprised. Even heterosexual men that you think are straight, they're gay. Okay.
Dun dun dun.
I'm a woman, I know. Um, I've caught them looking at other men. Okay. Then you got, which I decided I might just have to go and get me a slightly gay man. That's sad. But anyway,
You
then
can you can you can emasculate a man. That's the cool thing about being a female. Being a female is like being the pit crew. You might be the race car driver, but see if you can win this race without me.
what you mean?
Think about it. There's one race car driver, and there's like 11, 12, 16. I don't know how many people's on a pit crew. I don't really follow racing like that, but there's the pit crew, the people that make sure that car stays running, stays fueled. They check it, make sure everything's running right, and then after that, it goes right back out there on the track.
Okay, but then you got to realize,
Hmm.
okay, you got 30% of the men gay. Okay, that's what
Hmm.
80% of the men. We only had 1,000 to begin with. All right, gone.
Hmm.
800 men gone. I'm left with 200 men. Out of those 200 men, we got these fucking MGTOWs. Perhaps just 5% is MGTOWs. All right.
You taking MGTOW for face value, man. And a lot of those guys will simp out for pussy in a heartbeat.
That's true. But um, it's a struggle with them. Don't nobody want to struggle with no damn man to make him figure like he want to be with them. Very insulting to a woman.
It's not a struggle. It'd actually be easy.
Yeah, but I don't have time for that kind of bullshit. I'm a different kind of woman. I don't have
I,
time for that kind of
I
bullshit.
know.
Like I got business to run. Look, I got investment. I got my shit to run.
Yeah, yeah. The female that would have to deal with the MGTOW man, if he decides to share enough interest for her to start a process, friendship, it would be healing. It would be a healing process.
Hmm?
It'd be a healing process.
I don't want
It's
to
always
heal
going to depend on
no
the
more motherfuckers. I done healed enough motherfuckers. I want a whole ass man at this point.
Oh, come on. Women are nurturers.
No, I'm a nurturer. I'm not no what do you call it?
Therapists.
I'm not no motherfucking the rain man or whatever they is, medicine man shit. Look,
Oh, yeah. Or
no,
a psychologist or therapist or something.
no, I'm not none of them. I'm a woman. I'm a wifely woman, and
Well,
I want.
I'm just saying. If I'm just saying, no. I mean, I understand how you feel, and I understand the frustration that must grow over the years, having to, build something up just for it to, fall apart right in front of you. But the truth of the matter is, you still got that medicine. That medicine,
Yeah,
the
but
stuff that makes you feel better. So if you got that medicine, how can you really think for a second that you could get out of healing?
yeah,
You should be
no,
proud of it. You should be
no,
proud.
no. That's not the thing. It's that I'm not expecting you to get a make believe man. I'm
Yeah.
just saying I'm tired of trying to uh no.
I
Like you
think it
said,
might be. I think it's a part of a bonding. I think it may be a part of a bonding process. I could be wrong. I haven't actually looked into this area because I never actually heard of a woman actually being tired of that.
Yes, I am. I don't want to be bothered with that. No.
I think you might be confusing a man's shit with a man's wounds.
Well, okay.
Yeah, there's a difference between putting on a Band-Aid and changing a diaper.
Right.
Huge
I'm
difference.
not changing
Huge, huge
no more
difference.
diapers.
Yeah, there you go. You ain't changing no more diapers, you know.
I got
Because a
people
man's got to be a warrior
outside.
his whole life, you know. I mean, a woman's a nurturer their whole life. Men were warriors our whole lives. We got to go to war every single day. Not in a literal war, but we got to go to war with our jobs. You know, we got to compete and fight for positions. We got to compete and fight just to keep our positions. We got to we got to we got to fight against the injustices that could befall us and our loved ones. We got to, you know, protect our homes. Like, there'll never come a day where a man can't protect his home.
Right.
You know,
But
it's so if we're stuck that way and we're proud of it, it's kind of the nurturing thing is kind of the
but listen
nurturing
what I'm
aspect of a
saying.
female is something that they stuck with.
But Anthony, listen
Huh?
to what I'm saying though, hon. Okay.
Yo,
You gotta understand, I am basing this idea of the MGTOWs. When I say I don't want to be bothered with no fucking MGTOW, every MGTOW
huh?
I have come across were fucking
Babies.
no, they were like the damn near the identical resemblance of a homosexual. All right, like
They're gonna mess around and be one too.
that's what I'm saying. Like they're two shakes from a homosexual. Like, no, I don't want to be competing with another man. No, thank you. You know. Um,
That's how I feel, because a lot of females, especially the ones that are very attractive, equal and
now,
opposite
what if
reaction. They get attractiveness, but then they have to be insecure because God has to play fair like
on
that.
that and trying to put band-aids on his boo-boos, and then he still uh leave me for another man? The fuck?
Hmm.
No, no, thank
I
you.
wouldn't even be worried about it.
Well, I'm too old to not concern myself with that.
Women don't get old. That's a myth.
That's that's true in a sense, but I don't believe in jumping from man to man.
There'll come a well, yeah. Oh man, I feel you on that. And I'm too damn young to be feeling that way about women. But it's just like I just gotta just like there's the way I want to love in a relationship, and Um, I've been enacting that type of love too soon, like you were saying. I was idolizing, and it's like I do want to get to a point of worship, and
Right,
that's kind of what I want. And I really am not tolerating too much less than that.
right. But okay, from the perspective of a woman, you got to understand, all right.
Mhm.
I can't go find a wife. If I was
Right.
gonna say, I mean, not a wife. Good Lord Almighty.
Well,
I
you,
can't go find a husband. The Bible said, "He
mhm,
that findeth the wife findeth
mhm.
a good thing." So I just have to stay.
Well, that doesn't mean you
I
can.
just
That
have to
doesn't mean
sit
you can't
around being
try.
thing and hoping that a nigga have enough courage. And then men be thinking I'm too all that. And I be like, motherfucker, I'm down to earth. Can't you say I'm down to earth? Shit.
Yeah, I get exactly what you mean, but it's kind of like this. It's kind of like this.
And I
It
be
kind of comes back to what my pastor said. My pastor, he used to say this. It's like a cat and mouse game. You know, it's like a cat and mouse game. And the cat and mouse game is another thing that just shouldn't stop. You might as well get used to it. And you might as well get good at it. The truth of the matter is,
what you mean cat and mouse?
you have to be in a perpetual state of cat and mouse. And the roles reverse very frequently. You know, it goes back to the whole fencing thing. Was I in your hangout when I talked about the fencing scenario?
Mm-mm.
Where a relationship is like fencing? You know, the guys with the little pointy swords with the white outfits and they got that mask on that look like it's yeah, yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be a constant type of interaction like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like this. A guy wants to win over your affection, right? And then once he wins over your affection, that means that that means that basically You know, I started that statement. Let me take that back. Let me take that back.
He learns his opponent so that he can eventually dominate him.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Who wants to dominate something that's not worth dominating? You shouldn't, I understand the frustration, and I do it too. I really do it too. Holy crap, have I screwed over some pretty awesome prospects. But it's kind of like, you know how they say, give your problems to God? Like, there is I hesitate to use the word, but there is a desire, you know, a very deep-seated desire that grows with every experience. And that desire drives you to try to outperform yourself from the last relationship. And then it gets to a point where you're exhausted, you know? But the desire never gets exhausted. You do. And so that's when you got to really ask God for strength, and that's when you really got to ask God to just...
God didn't intend for us to go through all that. That's out of the ordinary. That's not God's way.
Trials and tribulations.
No.
Trials and tribulations.
When it comes to relationships, God intended for us to have one mate. And that's it. Just like the Eagles.
Yeah, but He didn't intend for those mates to not have problems.
Eagles?
Huh? Yeah, I looked up the Eagles. They fight each other.
They only have one mate their whole life, though.
Yeah, but they fight each other.
But you're missing the point. I didn't say I don't want to get a mate and not have any problems.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say I don't want to be in a relationship with a man, a MGTOW that is damn near gay. He just ain't found the right dick yet. That's basically what MGTOW mean to me.
I thought she was coming up here. Is she getting back yet? I'm sorry. Anyways, let me get back out here. No, but from my perspective, it all comes down to, like I was saying,
MGTOW's
like
gay men.
I mean, there's a lot of techniques that women develop over the years, and they don't learn them for nothing, you know? You gotta basically make a man understand that you're for him, but at the same time, make him believe he can't own you. Make him understand you own his team, but make him believe he can't own you.
I've been through that. I want a man that understands that already. Shit.
There's subtle ways that females can teach us, because you guys are the rewarders. You guys are the enforcers. I learned how to be a dumbass because girls kept fucking me, and I was a dumbass. I thought being a dumbass was a good thing. Like, hey, I'm a dumbass, but hey, I'm getting pussy, so must be doing something right. Next thing you know, I'm too old to be a dumbass. And it's like, I can't keep allowing positive reinforcement to say otherwise when I want to change something about myself. Mm-hmm. It's between me and God at this point.
Yeah, but it's different with the man, because the man can go out and find a wife. I have to wait until the man approach me.
Really?
Yes, the men are in control. Y'all just don't know it.
No, there's no biblical basis to back that particular social interacting up. Yes. Okay, where is that? Where is that? I thought that was a social thing.
He that findeth the wife findeth the good thing. It doesn't say that the woman is.
It doesn't. Whoa, that doesn't dictate the initiation.
Yes, it does.
How?
If you find something, that means you were searching.
Have you ever found money in your pocket? Have you ever found money in your pocket? No. Have you ever put on some clothes, reached in your pocket later that night, and there was money there? Right? You found it, but were you looking for it?
No.
You could get surprised. The initiation process is a social dynamic that fluctuates because that's within human territory. That's not biblical territory. A man can find a wife just as much as you can find $20 in an old pair of pants. You don't have to look. There's no linear, like you have to do this type thing. That's society saying that. That's not I mean, I can see how you took that from society and then,
No, that's scripture.
yeah, well, the scripture says he who finds a wife finds a good thing, but at the same time, finding something is not predicated on searching.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. I remember one time I had an ex-girlfriend that had a messy room, and yeah, I didn't say anything about a messy room in respect to her, but if I had told my mama would have told me what that means, because apparently a girl that keeps a messy room, that says things about the character, whatever.
Right.
But a little too late. But one time, me and her were cleaning up her room, and it was more so because I didn't like being there. It's like, man, we can't even get it on nowhere. We got to move clothes just to get it on. It's like it's kind of like an OCD thing. You can't start cleaning and then not finish it. And so whenever we would kind of want to clear some space, it's like, let's just clean this damn room up. Like, make it look nice. Give it that, because it's not a romantic setting. And I've had strong feelings for her. I didn't mind a dirty room at first, but as things were progressing, I wanted to kind of up a notch, So we're cleaning her room, and she finds $100 from her high school graduation. She graduated from high school about 3 years ago at that time. So for 3 years, $100 was lost to her because she didn't make a habit of keeping her room clean. And right when she cleans her room, bam, $100. Now, was she looking for $100? No, just cleaning the room.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that's what I mean by searching has nothing to do with the whole finding, because some things are searched that don't get found at all. And you ain't gonna find nothing that God don't want you to. That's why he gives you discernment, so that in exercising your discernment, you escaping a bad situation is a testimony on God's behalf, because what God had shown you through your walk of faith said, that's a bad idea.
Right.
There you go. So as far as searching goes, it's not this linearly defined thing, When I was making my money thinking I was hot shit, all I did was look for a girlfriend, because I'm such a prankster when it comes to it. I wanted to go to concerts, I wanted to go to plays, wanted to go to orchestras and all that stuff. Like, I'm into that type of fancy smancy shit. And I wanted to have a girlfriend that I can make look nice and buy nice shit for, and have her by my side, and you go to these events and stuff and build up memories and stuff, and then maybe one day get married. The whole dream, fairy tale. There we go. That's the word, not dream, fairy tale. The whole fairy tale type thing. And for the life of me, I couldn't find her. And so one of the girls that had me in the friend zone was like, well, then stop looking. I'm like, what? And I never got that until much later in life. When you look for something, you're either going to draw out people who want to exploit you, or you're going to draw out people who want to avoid you.
Smart. No, don't listen to her. No.
Well, her advice was tailored to me as a person.
It clearly says, seek and you shall find. Knock, that means persist. Keep going. Persevere, that means press in. No. That wasn't no sound advice. X that one. That was a bone, throw it out. That was a bone with no meat on it.
Man, I'll be honest. It worked.
No, it didn't, because you still haven't found
it. It worked. It really did work.
What?
I was at the Wood Grill. You ever heard of Wood Grill? It's like a buffet restaurant. It's kind of like Hometown Buffet, but with some Chinese food thrown up in there for whatever reason.
Yeah, but what worked?
My dad was looking at me like, son, every time I see you at these family occasions, you usually have a girlfriend of some kind with you, you know, because I used to have like a different girlfriend for like, you know, every other occasion, you know. And he was getting on me because it was a Father's Day and I didn't bring anybody to dinner anywhere. So I'm in the wood grill, and, you know, he's kind of taking shots at me like that, right? And I just saw this one young lady spit some game to her, and she ended up being my girlfriend for like 7 months. Was I looking? No. She was a really nice young lady too.
The girl's advice was sound. That was just one experience.
Well, yeah, because you got to understand, there's no linear advice that exists for people to follow, because if that existed, we wouldn't need the spiritual guidance of the Holy Spirit.
That's true, but at the same time, there are
You would
certain
make,
sound principles that cannot be swayed, and one
but
of
there's,
them, and one of them that controls many factors in our life is seek and ye shall find, knock and the door shall open.
well, but when you say seek, ye shall find, there's no specification of what you're seeking and what you find.
Yes, but the point is that it did instruct you to seek. That was a commandment. That wasn't.
But that's not a Mad Lib. It's not seek blank and ye shall find blank, and then you put words in the blanks. That's not how that works. It's, you have to be seeking something in order to find something. Right. You ever hear somebody say, when one door shuts, another one opens?
Right.
That only comes from the process of seeking. As you're seeking and that door shuts, another one opens, but you never find the other one that opens if you're seeking. But as far as the two different doors go, those lead to two different places.
Yes, but you missing my point.
Huh?
You still missing
my point. I mean, think about it like this.
No,
you ever been driving, you ever eat out on a certain day of the week, and you're driving somewhere and you leave your house wanting something to eat, right? And you have your mind fixated on this particular thing you eat, and then you pass up a place that you really liked but haven't been there in a while, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, ooh, you know what? I ain't had that in a minute. You know what? I'm gonna go there instead. Mm-hmm. Now, that process started with searching for something specific, right? But instead, you went somewhere else. Now, you're seeking and you found, but as far as the specifics of that process, it's not set in stone. That's why I'm saying, like, you can't have a linear approach to this. Like, if I'm seeking to get a nice body at the gym, I might find me a girlfriend. But, you know, I'm just going to the gym, you know, getting my body together, getting in shape. You know, I was going to the wood grill to celebrate Father's Day. I initially, you know, wasn't really sure if I wanted to go, but I went to the wood grill, found a girlfriend.
Right.
And
yes, but
in fact, the girlfriend that I currently am dating now, I met her at my little brother's friend's graduation.
Okay, yes, but she was telling you about stop speaking.
And she complimented my shirt, and after she complimented my shirt, that drew my attention to her, and we had a conversation, and after the conversation, we exchanged numbers. We ended up, it's actually been over a year. Me and her have been together for like a year and something. Yeah. You know, but as far as like the together part goes, I live really far away. Our relationship's basically on hold.
Yes, but the point is, you said the other girl told you stop seeking. Okay.
Yeah.
She told you.
And she said stop. She said stop. She not stop seeking in general. She just said stop seeking a girlfriend. Stop looking for a girlfriend then. Look for something else. Don't stop the process of seeking. Just don't seek for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 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 There's no definitive rules to this particular thing.
Right.
Because in spite of our corruptible nature and despite our sins, God can make all things work out for good.
That's true. We could be okay. I
Yeah.
could I could be going I could be going to a gig and I'll wind up being late for that gig and
Mhm.
out on my money for that gig, but be there just in time to meet my soulmate. Okay. I could dig the
Mm.
like because I've had that happen to me a lot of times. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, I've had it where I thought I was late for something and something had happened where if I had been on time, I might have been harmed, you know. And so stuff like that, Of course, all things
Yeah.
come together for the good. All right.
Right.
Um, Me even
But
in
that's if you, that is purely dependent on the person though. It's like it'll all work out for good if you want me to.
no, for those that love the Lord, that's the determining factor.
Well, yeah. That's the terminology I was looking for. Hey,
Right.
hey, Siobhan. Oh, never mind. Never mind. My sister's already on it. Sorry. But yeah, it's a bit of a free for all out there, and every tactic is yours to your disposal, and you kind of have to try everything to find what suits you. You know, you got to find what works for you. Like I was talking
I was thinking the other day, I said I want, since at first I said, okay, I want this masculine man, but macho men annoy me. All right. So
hmm?
I was like, since I'm already kind of in touch with my male side,
Well,
I
won't you let God pick, sweetheart?
I need somebody that may be in touch with their feminine side.
Mm,
Yeah, because that's
mm,
the only way we gonna be
mm,
yin yang type. It would be like
mm,
I would be too overpowering for somebody that's real masculine and like a male chauvinist type of personality. I am letting God
mm,
pick. I've been
mm,
for almost 3 years.
mm,
No, let's see. What year is this? 2000. I really ain't been
mm.
counting because it's not important the time. I've just been waiting on God. But
Well, uh, it's kind of like this. Women are supposed to submit.
right.
You're not getting out of that one.
I
That opportunity came
don't
up for me.
have to get out of that one. That's what you don't understand. I just
Huh?
told you I said I wanted a masculine man.
Right.
Thing is that um uh, there's a degree to masculinity, all right. A man can be in touch. That's why I use the specific words. I want a
Hmm?
man that's in touch, maybe in touch with his feminine side, because I'm a woman and I'm all woman and I'm submissive and everything like that. But I am also kind of like in touch with my male side. Like I don't like frilly stuff. Y'all don't like shit with flowers. I'll drive a truck for Christ's sake.
Hmm.
And I mean,
Yeah.
like I had, so
You know, I just thought of something real beautiful. Peep this, all right? Maybe you should work hard at becoming more balanced. So that way, when you meet somebody who completes you, you can appreciate them for taking the weight on your shoulders from the balance that you had to achieve. You know, it's like if you can achieve, you know, becoming more feminine,
oh hell
then
no.
no, hey, I'm sorry, that's the name of the game. That's just kind of how I feel. You know, whatever's going on in your life is your life. You know, but I'm just saying this is how I feel
I'm not no
because
girly girl. I don't want no fucking flowers. Don't buy me no fucking roses. I don't like that kind of shit. Um, to me,
see,
find
see,
finding your
uh,
soulmate don't mean that you need to be another person. Finding your soulmate meaning you are the perfect person for that person. That's what finding a soulmate is about, Anthony. No, that's out of the question. I'm gonna be who God made me to be. I've always been tomboyish. I've always been. I am as far as femininity. Matter of fact, the other day, a lady told me.
I'm not bringing into question your femininity. You don't have to be defensive. Let me just finish what I have to say.
I don't want to be girly. I'm not. When I say I'm feminine, but when I'm saying I'm not girly. I'm not. I don't like flowers and shit like that. All right.
Yeah.
You if anything, you will never find no flowers in my motherfucking house. I like greenage, like ivories and things like that. All right.
Okay.
But I don't.
All right, well,
I don't like no roses. Men have brought me roses, and I had to fake being happy about it. You know, don't buy me no fucking roses. You know. So I had to make a don't buy me this shit list. All right. I don't want.
Ouch! Ow! 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 Why does that hurt to hear?
No stuffed animals.
That physically hurt to hear.
Stuffed animals, no roses, nothing girly.
I'm sorry, that triggered my masculinity. Like something in my head just kind of yelled out.
You need to know that.
No. I'm just saying something about my masculinity just like kicked anyway. You gonna like what I say you gonna like.
Huh?
I'm like, where did that come from? I'm like, I don't know. But that's like my reaction is like, how am I supposed to be in charge if what I want you to have is dictated by you? You should trust the task of knowing you to me so that I learn to give you what you want.
Yeah, but
in complete absence of your direction.
Yeah.
I run this. That would be the guy. He would be the one running it. That's how it would work.
No.
I'm sorry. That's grounds for me, man. Like, if a girl did that to me, I would be like, what's on the back of the page? Nothing. There. Have that. Bye. That's cool.
That means that's you only proving my point. I wouldn't be attracted to
if it's your soulmate, you should want nothing but them.
Say what?
If they're your soulmate, you should want nothing but them.
What do you mean?
They should be enough. They gotta buy the right shit and be your soulmate?
No. You got something wrong. You got
Okay. Explain it.
Okay. What I was saying is, okay, like, you know, holidays and stuff come up and your mate want to buy you stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't saying that a man have to buy me stuff. That wasn't what I was saying. I was just saying, I was trying to describe what type of person I am because you can know a lot about a person by what they like, all right?
And you can learn a lot about yourself through someone else.
Would you hush a second and listen?
All righty.
Explain to you. What I was saying when I said, okay, I have when I have a mate, I have a don't buy me list. Because the reason is that if he wastes his money and he go out and he buy me, he buy me a white cake and he knows that I like sweets, but he doesn't specifically know that I love sweets, but I do not like a white cake for some reason. All right. I love sweets, but I don't like white cake. It kind of gives me the creeps. So if he buy it, then I'm not going to eat it. So then he's going to be feeling unappreciated.
Do you want to come back with the cigarettes?
Yeah. Where's she at though? Oh, she came back with the cigarettes. She left again?
I didn't know she left. I wasn't even paying attention, bro.
She came back with the cigarettes and back to one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, mute yourself when you. Okay. But you got to understand that when you in a relationship, you can't control that person to the degree that they can't be themselves. All right. I think that's how a lot of women destroy relationships they try to make their mate be like somebody else's mate. Or they want their mates to be like some fictitious character on TV, on a TV show that they saw. Or
I'm so guilty of that, it's not even funny.
Bro, I thought you were
Ooh, I was so guilty of that.
but that's a bad, that's bad.
back in my hands, like you got them out of my hands.
I got humble real quick. Most of my relationships end with a female just cheat on me, right? And I used to get so upset until I realized, wait a minute, you were going after girls who have the same shared interests as the last one, and the last one, and the last one. You show the same girls you're with, the same YouTube videos, talk about the same shit. It's like, how you gonna get mad at her being with somebody else when you're still trying to be with that other girl that was into that stuff, you know?
Uh-huh.
You're basically, I wasn't treating them like an individual.
Right.
I was basically like in a linear repetition, you know? It's like, oh, hey, you like video games? I like video games. It's like this is how bad it got. I could have conversations that I have previously had before in a different relationship with a whole nother female, and the conversation would be exactly the same to me, of course, but it would be different to her. It's a new experience for her, but to me it's the same thing. And I thought I was getting away with something, but female intuition is nothing to play with.
Right.
It's like the Wu-Tang Clan. It really is. It's nothing.
Yeah.
These females had a sixth sense, like, I had a feeling that he's engaged in this conversation before.
Right.
I have a feeling that he's played video games with someone like this before. I have a feeling that he showed these YouTube videos, you know, before. And it's like, how do I get mad at them for cheating on me when I was basically using them to be with somebody else, which is like worse than cheating.
Right.
Now, compromising my health and safety, that's a whole nother topic, but as far as the fault that I did, how can I call her mine if she's all these other girls? You know? Having your cake and eating it too, I believe they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of guys do that.
Right.
Because guys, they get lazy. We get into a habit, comfort zone. We get lazy. I'm gonna get shot saying this shit. I can't tell on my brothers too.
Oh yeah,
much,
you
know?
messed up the
I ain't got that Steve Harvey money. Steve Harvey got that bulletproof limo money. I ain't got that shit. He can think like a man all he want to. I'm just saying there's levels to this shit, you know? And I ain't gonna go no further than that. I already said I ain't said nothing that no female couldn't figure out, but
yeah, you go mess off your macho membership.
Oh, that's it off my macho membership. like the whole list of gift things. You ever think like this is how I feel about gifts. In my relationships, I make it very clear what I don't. And I don't like the color pink. I don't. Really don't. I grew up with sisters, and I was the little baby or whatever. They used to, like, you know, fucking play dress with me and stuff when I was like a little kid and shit, and it was kind of humiliating. So whenever a girl wanted to try to give me some pink shit, I feel humiliated. But in relationships, this is how I would do. If this is coming from somebody who says they love me, I'd rock the shit out of that pink. I'd wear that shit I would wear that with such confidence in knowing that there isn't a damn thing on earth that is demasculating about wearing the color pink if my woman gave it to me. What's demasculating is the part where she thought she was funny and, you know, give me a pink shirt she know I don't like. The part that she ain't gonna like is I'm gonna rock the shit out of that shit with such confidence that some other female might draw attention to me. Man, that guy is wearing pink. Yeah, but he's walking upright, he's straight, he's tall, he's handsome. You just made me stand out, and I'm gonna use that to my advantage to punish you for thinking that it was cool to give me some pink shit that I don't want.
Oh, stop!
You're not gonna throw me off my game.
That's
period.
You what What the fuck?
I'm not gonna take the damn pink shirt and tell her to take it back from the store. She'll take that shit back on her own when she sees all the females looking at me with it, like, oh damn it, I done turned this nigga into a peacock.
Oh, stop it! Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's how the pimp game works, okay? You gotta get the Cat Williams with it, you see. Now, I threw in a little Bill Cosby because little Bill Cosby with the Twitter in your shirt. But that's how you gotta do it. And if that's how I gotta do it as a man, there has to be some equivalent for a female, and you can't just give a guy a list of shit that you don't want. That's rude. That's an insult to his creative expression towards love towards you.
Rude ass bitch, I'm gonna tell you that right now. Shit.
For what? Be rude to everyone but your dude. Why you gotta be on that list? How does that make him special?
I was saying I'm rude out of sarcasm.
Yeah, but if that's how you are to the world, you can't be like that to your dude. How you gonna make him feel special? He'll feel like every other nigga.
No, he better not buy me no fucking flowers. Don't buy me no damn flowers. Okay, let me tell you. All right.
All I hear is buy me flowers, buy me flowers. I'm a dick like that because I can get away with it.
No.
Because nothing's gonna throw me off my pimp game. Never again, at least. My pimp game used to. Ooh man. My pimp game used to be like the 405 freeway construction, man. That shit took forever to build. But now that it's built, I'm charging for the fast lane. Just saying.
That don't even sound. That might sound cool.
That's a California thing. Let me explain. It's a California thing. Let me explain. 405 freeway started getting built. They started expanding on that freeway before I was born. They just finished the shit 3 years ago. I'm 26.
They do that.
And now that they've continued, now that they have finished the expansion of the freeway, they have extra lanes that free up traffic. And you know what they did with those extra lanes? They put a contraption that reads the cars, and if you have not purchased a special sensor that you put money on, kind of like a bus pass, you are not permitted to drive in that lane. You have to pay money
we call them
to benefit. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But my point.
And that's how it is.
My point is this, son. Okay, if your purpose is to, well, you still young, so you wouldn't know that.
I'm ahead of my time in a lot of ways.
Yeah, in some ways, but in that regard, you don't understand. Like, it's a courtesy. I've even had men to tell me, a lot of my friends, because like I said, I'm very tomboyish, so a lot of my guy friends said, man, I don't know what to buy her, because every time I think I'm getting her what she wants, it's the wrong thing. I wish she would just make me a list to, help me out, like a don't buy me list. And I'm like, okay.
Wrong thing?
Huh?
Wrong thing? Wrong thing? That guy does not exist to please you. It's the other way around. That's so boring.
Say what?
That guy shouldn't have to exist to please you. It should be the other way around.
It's not existing to please you. It's just that for buying gifts for a person is not living to please them. You went too far with it, Anthony. Come back down from the freeway, all right. Come on the regular road down.
All right, let me get out the shoulder lane now. All right.
Please. The point is that when it comes down to the occasions or whatever, when he needs to buy a gift, he doesn't want the challenge of trying to figure out what she likes. He wants to know what she likes. He's one of those kind of guys that don't pay attention well, apparently. And
do you think he should get away with that?
What? That he's not paying attention?
Yeah, that used to get us killed as human beings back in the day.
Right, but if a guy does it, then he's a guy. So, like, you don't penalize if he's a good man otherwise, but he's not good at paying attention. Like you.
You were female. What you showing a man mercy for?
Because you're supposed to. So
Why?
I've taught you that you're not supposed to receive mercy.
It's not. We're supposed to receive mercy, but in certain areas.
No, no. A man is a human being.
He's a man.
Yeah, but they're human beings. And um, when it comes down to a relationship, uh, blending with one another is all about, yes, he should try to get to know me in certain ways, but perhaps I may be one of those flip-floppy women. If I was one of those which I'm not, that's why I'm saying I'll give you a list, hon. I'll let you know what not to buy me. Anything else you can buy. All right.
But
I mean, if you get to know somebody, you're gonna know like common things they like. Like if a guy was with me, he's gonna know off the rip because I'm always buying hats and ties and shoes. Okay. He's gonna know that because I'm gonna just not to give him hints, but just be out of me being me, I'm gonna always be he's gonna always see me scrolling on eBay looking for more hats, or
that's the same shit you get dudes for Father's Day, man. Like, where's the part where his uniqueness gets acknowledged?
well, if he get me a hat I ain't never had before. I mean, trust me, it's gonna be very unique if he get me a hat I ain't never had because I got every kind of hat you could imagine. It's gonna take some skill and it's gonna take some effort, a lot of.
I'm sorry. The general consensus of my experiences says catering to a female is a death trap.
That's not catering. That's pleasing your mate. I would do the same for him. Okay, like with my husband, especially with my son.
But here's the thing, though. If you would do the same for him.
Yes, I not would do. I did do.
But that's where I was trying to like draw a distinction. There's a distinction that is to be made in validifying who you're with, and by to give validation to who you're with. And I'm not really seeing anything distinct.
Because you don't understand that it's supposed to be an exchange, and in no way is it supposed to be one-sided. If he needed,
why have 50 and 50 make 100 when you can have 100 and 100 make 200?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not supposed to be 50-50.
So then, why would you direct the other person? If you direct the other person, you're kind of undercutting their capacity to do things on their own, which makes it 50 instead of 100. 100 is you get me whatever you feel that you want to get me, and I will be accepting of it.
No, when it comes to a gift is meant to give somebody something that's pleasurable for them, not for you.
I like to think of gifts as demonstrations. It's like
It's not.
like okay. If you sing really well, people say, "Wow, you have a gift." That means that a gift is a demonstration of proficiency. It is nothing to be had. It's nothing to have mercy on. If I sing and I sound like crap, I don't want to hear from anybody that I sound good.
Anthony, there's different types of gifts, and I'm sure you ought to be more advanced in your knowledge to know that, huh?
I understand that, but as far as gifts and relationships go,
that's two totally different types of gifts.
As far as gifts and relationships go, it's supposed to be a demonstration of proficiency. It's not a child's birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese.
You're mixing up a talent and a present. You know what a present is?
Talent's not a gift from God?
Since you want to mix up the two gifts, let's call this gift a present then. Okay, so it's a present now. Now let's see what you do with that word. How you go out with that one.
Well,
now that it's a present, now what do you think of presents?
Presents is still a demonstration.
No, a present.
If I have a presentation to present, that is a demonstration still.
We didn't say presentation, we said present.
Yeah, but you got to present it.
Yes, but it's still a present.
A present's a presentation, though.
We wasn't talking about how you wrapped it up. We was talking about what's inside the box or bag.
You ever hear your parents say to a kid that you're not going to get anything for Christmas if you're bad?
Huh?
You ever hear a parent say to a child, you're not going to get nothing for Christmas if you keep acting that way? You're not going to get any presents?
Right.
That's your hint right there. It's like the demonstration of appreciation towards you come time Christmas will be absent because you have given me nothing to be appreciative about. You're bringing home failing grades, you're getting into fights at school. Like, basically, it's a grading process. No matter...
Because I'm a good woman. I already told you that. So what else?
Okay. So let's say you get somebody clothes for a present. Do you give them clothes they can't fit?
No, you're not supposed to do that.
Exactly. And the reason why you give them clothes that fit is because that is a grade on how they've grown.
You're only proving my point, though, with that example.
I think we're getting caught up in. I think we might be getting caught up in semantics.
Buy me roses and flowers, then why not just buy me clothes I can't fit?
I got a reason.
Oh, good God Almighty! Go ahead.
I know it's not going to be a good reason.
Go ahead, Master Divergent.
All right, how about because he's the type of person to give flowers? And his right to want to give people flowers should not be ripped out of him just because he's with somebody who doesn't want to receive flowers. Well, maybe he likes giving flowers.
He can give me flowers all he like, but I ain't gonna like them.
Do you like him doing what he likes?
He can give me flowers, but I'm not gonna like them.
But do you like that he's doing what he likes and giving them to you?
I wish he wouldn't, because I don't want the petals all over.
And that's
OCD. Okay, as soon as the petals, as soon as they start crumbling and stuff like that, that's gonna annoy me. All right. So I'm telling you, like,
okay. Remember my example with the T-shirt? The example with the T-shirt is basically saying like this: there's nothing you can ever present to me that could mean anything less than you love me. Either you love me by getting me the shirt I want, or you love me because you don't want the other girls to have me. You're gonna love me either way.
No, that's not love. That's jealousy. It's a different.
Try to have one without the other and see how that works.
That's not love. If a person only wants you because somebody else wanted you, that's not love. That's jealousy.
So what am I supposed to do? Be unwantable to everyone else but her?
You missed the point. You mixing up love and jealousy and interchanging the two like it's the same, just like you was doing.
Well, they're not the same, but they are spectrums.
Listen, like you was doing worshiping idling and idling, you mixing them two up now.
Well, it's I can't really call it a mix. It's a spectrum.
It ain't no spectrum.
God is a God of love, and God is a jealous God.
Yeah, he's a God of love, and he's a jealous
God. So in this particular instance, it does kind of work interchangeably.
No, it doesn't work interchangeably. Meaning, his emotion toward you, it may change depending on the circumstances. It doesn't mean that if he's jealous of you worshiping another idol, that he's gonna stop loving you. The difference between that kind of love and that kind of jealousy that the Bible speaks of, that's attributed to God, is different from the one you talk about, because that kind of jealousy is when it's unnecessary. It's
well, if you look at the Hebrew translation of the word love in the Bible, there's actually 4 different words that we all translated to mean the word love.
Right, agape love.
Philadelphia. Eros, one of my personal favorites.
Yes, and, oh shoot. It's been a while, but
It's the most important one.
huh?
Agape.
I said that one first.
Oh, okay. Okay, then yeah, that's all of them. Yeah,
Oh,
and so when you look at those four different kinds of love, it's a spectrum thing. Like love can mean a lot of things all at once.
yeah,
That's why love is powerful.
that somebody else wanted you is not love.
I don't want a female that isn't jealous of I just don't get that. Like, how do you love me, but then you wouldn't get jealous at the idea of me being with somebody else? That's just like saying, yeah, I would really love to have $1 million, but I wouldn't mind, seeing somebody else spend it on what they want. Huh? That's your million. If anybody messes with your million, that's
I don't value money like you do, so we was.
well, no. I'm using money as an example here
I have.
because everybody has value.
See, this is the difference between me and you, hon. Let me explain
Uh-huh.
something to you. All right.
Uh-huh.
I value different things than what you value. I don't value money like that. I have a non-profit record label.
Well, it's not. I'm not being literal in valuing money. What I'm trying to say is value has two different things.
Listen to me. The difference between you and I is if you got in the music business, you would have a for-profit record label, whereas I got a non-profit record label. It's a big difference. All right. Because I care more about the music. You may care more about the money or perhaps the fame or the notoriety. I don't care about none of that.
But what I'm trying to say is value has two versions of it. There is calculable. There is a calculable value.
Monetary value. I care about the moral value. It's a difference.
Moral? No. I'm going a different way than that. I care about quantifiable and incalculable. Incalculable means you can never put a number on it because the second you do, it's not enough. It's incalculable. It's something you can't numerate. And then there's value of something that you can numerate. And so that's why I kind of used money. I was trying to basically use the calculable version to kind of illustrate the incalculable.
So the difference is here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? What I'm trying to get you to understand is, all right. I loved my husband, right?
Uh-huh.
I loved my husband. I mean, he was a very nice looking man, and plenty of women wanted him. I wouldn't want a man that don't nobody else want him to begin with, right?
Yeah, that's the jealousy factor.
No, I wasn't jealous of him. I would tell
no, jealous.
I would tell, listen, I would tell, to me, what was attractive was him being a gentleman. So I would literally tell him, baby, go talk to this sister such and such. She got real low self-esteem. And build her self-esteem up. You're a man, and women need men to pay them compliments and stuff. Or go help that woman with her groceries and stuff like that, you know. I saw that as an honorable thing in him. Okay. So what you don't understand is real love is not going to be that kind of jealous what you talking about. Okay. That's a bad thing right there. That's one of them get the fuck away from that motherfucker. I will run from your ass. Okay. When I see that kind of no, trust me, the reason I'm single right now is because that's the type of men I normally attract, and I'm so unattracted to them. I attract them, meaning they always want to be with me, but they are so repelling to me. They disgust me. I don't want anything to do with that type of man. The man that I loved it so much, he would be like, I had a man, he would be like, his name was Maurice. That's when he got my name tattooed all across his stomach right now today. He would say, baby, go jump fly. Jump fly meaning, get up, suit up, boot up. All right. So he'd say, baby, go get up. And he even bought me clothes. He knew my body shape and everything. He said, baby, I know this gonna make that ass shit. That's right. So he would go and buy me clothes and things like that because he knew I like nice things and he liked me looking good. All right. I never had to give him a do not buy me list because he was very good at knowing on his own. All right. But you do have men that don't have that. Okay. So anyway, I was so attracted to him because he would be like, I love it when you get good. Did you see how that man, he did a double take? He did a double take, baby. When he seen that ass coming, he said, baby, you were stepping hard like a thoroughbred when you were walking down that aisle.
Man, that confidence is off the charts. I'm aspiring to have that type of confidence,
Yeah.
Because I'd be ready to knock a nigga out. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and he would be like, man, you see that ass, man? He was like, talking to his friend. He'd be like, man, you see that ass?
Yeah, he sounds really proud.
You ought to see how it jiggle. Wiggle.
So what did you do for him?
Oh, I did the same thing. He liked to dance. We both would dance. And we would do dance-offs in the middle of the street, and and women would put dollars on them. I'd be like, "Girl," I said, "Watch him pop it," and and stuff like that, And we complimented one another like that, people used to say y'all was just a beautiful couple,
Yeah, but what was your thing? Like that was his thing, and then you did his thing back. But like, what was just like your thing? That secret weapon. Everybody's got a secret weapon.
What was my secret weapon? What do you mean?
Like this is how I would describe a secret weapon. There's things in relationships that I like to do, but then I'm hesitant. It's like my special attack. It's like my most powerful technique, and I hesitate to use it because once I've used it, it has now diminished. So it's basically like, is she really worthy of me exerting myself to this degree? Or am I going to regret this later? That's the secret weapon, and it's uniquely tailored to you. Everybody kind of builds up a secret weapon as they understand the girl. So that way they can wow them with the whole unique thing, and that's essentially associated with the secret weapon. Each girl inspires a guy to have a different one, but at the same time, when we finally perfect it and we're comfortable to use it, we're hesitant because it's like, is she worthy? And that's that playing married shit that I used to fuck up on all the time because I would just throw out my secret attack like it was Dragon Ball Z. I'd be like, Kamehameha. I was like, no, that's supposed to be a secret. Like, people hear that, shit's supposed to be over with after that. The fight ain't supposed to continue, And I would be going Kamehameha and still be in a relationship. It's like, no. When you do Kamehameha, you're supposed to be married. That's the I do thing, That's, you want to shoot out the special attack, but then at the same time, it's like, you want that to win. That's supposed to be your winning blow. In Karate Kid, when he was standing on one foot and he did that attack? Yeah, when he did that, it was over with. You feel me?
Well,
it was over with. And that's kind of what I was doing. I would be doing my final attack, and I'd be like, and then the fight would still be going, and it's like, I threw my very best at her. It's like, yeah, because you that's not your wife, And so what I'm saying is, in a relationship, that final attack, it should be something that they don't see coming, It's got to be a surprise. That's why, females like surprises, from my understanding. And so that secret attack is supposed to be so potent that even in executing it, the person who is on the receiving end still don't know what happened. And that's kind of how girls lay surprise, and you're supposed to kind of sparingly use that to keep things going in the relationship. Like, hey, like, I'm the boss, I'm the head of the household. Oh yeah, you the head of the household? Why are you the head of the household? What? And then bam, it's like, ooh, yeah, he sure is the head of the household. But you can't keep throwing it at him all the damn time, because eventually they gonna see it coming. Eventually it ain't a special attack. Eventually you ain't got shit. Eventually she's gone. And a lot of guys fuck up on that. They be throwing that secret attack out there like, I'm the man of the house. Whoa! And it's like, yeah, you did that 3 times before breakfast, nigga. You gonna be late for work.
But if I tell you my secret, then it ain't gonna no longer be a secret.
No. It's nothing to tell. But what I'm saying is,
You did.
When I say what is your secret attack, I'm just saying, like, are you mutually building that up for each other? Because eventually he's gonna be like, man, I don't know why I married you. You want to know why you married me? Wah! Oh yeah, that's right. That's why I married you. You know, and it can't
let them. They don't never forget why they with me. Never.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but it's got to be something uniquely tailored to them.
Yeah.
It can't be built on sex. It can't be built on, monotonous drudgery of relationships. It has to be something special that only the two of you existing on this planet could have conjured up.
No.
That's why people like cutesy names or whatever. The more ridiculous, the better. You got to just and I'm just saying, when people are in relationships, especially when you tell me about the guy who didn't know what to get you, it's like he's not even building up his secret attack. He's not charging up his energy. It's like, what is he doing out there? He's going to get slaughtered.
Secret attack in another area.
Well, it doesn't really matter which area, as long as it's something that can only happen between you and him. Now, back in the day, when things were a lot more simple, it was just sex. But we live in a society where that unfortunately has been cheapened. And because it's been cheapened, people got to step their game up and actually do something else, in my opinion. You got to go above and beyond that, because in today's secular society, they've somewhat ruined it. And we need to wake up and understand and respect that it's been ruined,
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, yeah, well, me and my wife, we have sex, so, that's a good thing. Fast forward to 2015, anybody can have sex with anyone. What are you going to do about it, Are you going to be in denial, or are you going to meet the challenge head on and come up with something else, pull out the secret technique? It's like, oh, yeah, I remember the uppercut, everybody does an uppercut. No, you got to come up with something like fresh, and that person has to be the muse in which you're inspired to come up with that freshness, We're a growing society, and because things are falling apart, we can't fall apart with it. If you want to make sex the end-all be-all to the uniqueness of your relationship, you're asking for trouble, because the secular society is going to be able to attack that weak point.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna give out my secret.
Yeah, I understand not giving out the secret, but I'm just saying the reason why I mentioned the secret is that I
have to use that. That's my secret weapon. So
well, here's no. What I'm trying to explain to you is the secret weapon. The secret weapon.
Everybody know what my secret is. That's for my husband.
Well, but that's the thing, though. The secret, you can't know what it is until he helps you make it. That's the thing I'm trying to explain to you. That secret weapon is something that you build with that person.
My secret. I got a way of tailoring it. It customized. All right.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the person you're with is going to require a different secret weapon. Like basically, the whole point of the whole point I'm trying to make here is the forging and making of a secret expression of romance.
Yeah, that's why I just
uniquely tailored to whoever.
Customize it.
Yeah. Well, customize. That was like the 90s, man. 90s was the customizing age, man. That was some good times.
You just said tailored and customized is the same thing, huh? You're mincing words.
So, so when I get a Letterman jacket and I stitch something onto it, is that me tailoring it to the jacket, or is that me customizing my jacket?
Did I just say you mincing words?
No, what I'm saying is in tailoring something, you begin from scratch, and you begin from scratch to make it fit for them. When you get a suit tailored, I know the presentation of suits, they take the suits and then they hem it to you, but if you go to a true person who tailors a suit, they measure you and they start cutting the fabric. They don't grab a suit from the back and then resize it to your measurements. No, when you have a suit tailored, they cut the fabric and make it that day. That suit has never existed before until it was forged just for you to wear.
I'm an artist, huh? You think I'm
yeah, and that's what I mean by tailored.
Come on now, Anthony. Come on.
I'm saying it like customize is not tailored.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Customized and tailored is the same thing.
All right. Well.
When I get a costume customized for me, have nobody ever worn that costume ever before or had anything like it. Customized, same thing as tailored. All right.
All right.
And it'll only fit me and my body, okay, customized. So as well as tailored, it'll only fit me. All right. When you, even if somebody had a similar body structure as me, it ain't gonna fit them to a T because everybody is different in some capacity at some point on their body structure. All right. It's the same thing as customized. Okay. So
well,
pretty much
I don't mean to argue, and I think this could be one of the first things we actually disagree on, but
yeah, but you missed
there's a significant difference in my opinion, and if you found that difference, I think a whole new world of possibilities would open up for you if you kind of just found just the itty bitty little difference between the two.
Well, I don't have no problem pleasing my man, so
no, that's not the issue.
I don't have that kind of problem at all. Every man I've been with will tell you I fucked up. You know.
Yeah, but it's not so much an adequacy thing. I'm just saying, and it's not, and like I said, it's not just about just that, because you need that secret weapon when you old and you can't do nothing, and you gonna need that secret weapon when you old and you don't want nothing done. You know, when you get to that point, that secret weapon has to be something so precious.
I don't have a secret weapon that.
No. I'm not trying to say you don't have it. I'm saying it can only exist when the person who you're with inspires you to make it. It's not some pre-made shit you can just, add some other stuff to and rework it. No, it has to be a fresh.
I gotta tell you. If I tell you.
No, it's not an issue of telling. I'm just saying you couldn't tell me because then you'd have to tell me who it's for.
Right.
So who?
I'll say, if you let me finish, I could have told you. I could have finished what I meant. If I had told you what my secret weapon was with my first husband, what my secret weapon was with my second husband, they are two different. I mean, according to what you're describing as a secret weapon, what you don't understand is the type of bitch I am. I got several secret weapons. All right. So this is what. But
then, you don't have a secret weapon. You have a secret arsenal.
Yeah, I got a secret arsenal. All right. So
that's not the same. But that's not the same thing as a secret weapon, though. Where's the one that's supposed to whoop that one person's butt? And that one person's butt only. You can't scare a nigga with an army. That's unfair.
Oh, stop! Well, maybe I have been unfair. But that's the way it is.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I was kind of trying to, in the most respectful way, try to draw your attention to.
My arsenal. I stay fully loaded. All right.
But that's not exact. I mean, it sounds good in like actual warfare, but when it comes down to it, you can only carry one weapon into battle.
Is that so? Well, I tell you what, baby. I'll tell you what, baby. I'm gonna tell you what the old folk used to say. Say, if it ain't broke, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. All right. And like I said, I don't have not one man that could.
No, but we're focusing too much.
Any kind of complaint, whether it be, is she an encouraging woman? Is she a hard-working woman? Does she cook and keep her house clean? Take care of the children? And handle business in bed too. Know how to stroke my ego and everything like that. Oh baby, I got every corner. I ain't got no corner left unturned. All right. So
what I'm see, this is the same stuff I was doing that I had to learn a hard lesson over. I had an arsenal. I used to have an arsenal. Trust me, I had the most deadliest arsenal ever.
Yes, but you was jealous hearted.
No. But what I was doing was I was coming at females with shit that was from other females,
But when you
and then I did it again.
that right there is a repellent right there. That's fuck everything. Whatever you had good, that fucked everything up.
I'm actually kind of incapable of being jealous.
You just said you was.
No. I said I had an arsenal of my own. There was only one time I was ever jealous, and it was because.
Don't let me pull this tape on your ass. You said you were jealous, and I believe you. Okay. When I was talking about my boyfriend, Maurice, the one that had my name tattoo, and how he would tell me to go get dressed, and he said, "Baby, we gon' go. We're not gonna even drive because we had a Cadillac." He said, "We're not gonna drive. We just gonna walk to the store so you can strut your stuff. All right." And we walked to the store. You said, baby, he had a lot of confidence. I wish I had that, but I don't have that yet. I would be real jealous. You said that. You forgot? I didn't. He was the type of man that said he wanted other men to see that he had a nice looking woman and everything he was built.
Yeah.
So, and you said you wouldn't be able to deal with that, remember?
No, that's not exactly what I meant. See, jealousy comes from wanting something you can't have, and I've yet to see that actually exist.
What?
I've never wanted something I couldn't have. I've wanted things that I couldn't maintain. That was really, really stupid on my part, but I usually get it. But as far as the whole maintenance of it, I get lazy.
Right.
That's why I had those girls in my life. And that's the issue. And as far as how I feel about them afterwards, I don't want them afterwards. It's like, okay, that was a nice chapter. Bye. There was only one girl I ever had in my life. That was the boomerang chick, and that was the chick that I should have married. Beautiful black girl.
Yeah, but
Intelligent too. Ooh, man.
if you are able to attract good women, all right, but you running them off because you jealous. It don't matter how many good features. This is what I try to tell my last husband, all right. You know, there were things about him that I did like it, okay, but he was a big man. I like big men, all right. And he would always divert everything back to he big when I had already told him over and over again, that's the whole reason why I liked you, because you're a big man and I like big men. All right.
Wait a minute. That was it?
No, that was a major factor though that attracted me to begin with.
And it stayed that way?
Did I just say to begin with?
Okay, but I'm asking, like, where was the progression?
I wasn't talking about the progression. My point was to you is that he kept diverting back to saying that I didn't want him or I wasn't attracted to him because of it. When I had to keep reiterating that over and over and over and over and over again because he was insecure about it himself. All right. So whenever I complain about his jealousy, he would just say like in other words, like thinking that I would want somebody else because he big. Like, and I would say, why would I want somebody else that's, you know, and the people he would accuse me of wouldn't be big guys. And I'd be like, okay, well, why would I want him? And I already told you I wanted you because you are a big man. So why would you being a big man be the reason I would leave you and go be with this person you done put me off on that I am not interested in? Okay. So I had to keep going over it. And the jealousy thing was just getting on my fucking nerves. It was just getting.
So why ain't you tell him something that you liked about him that could never possibly exist in another man?
I did.
Well, you said he was big, and he knows he's big, and he's still insecure. So you got to hit him with the secret weapon. Like I said, it's the secret weapon.
I did, but his self-esteem was so low, it was unrepairable. See, you got to understand psyche. You got to understand a psyche of a person whose self-esteem is that low. No, you can't. It's nothing you can do. I believe in whispering them sweet nothings and rubbing on a man's head. No. So like I say, I got my own secret weapons now. All right. So what I was only pointing out about the big thing is that he kept saying that, in other words, that was like his excuse, his fallback to his go-to sort of excuse every time he accused me of other people. And
your go-to comfort was
why would I? Yeah, because I was addressing the fact that he was using against me. That's why I would say the bigness. Okay. My point is that didn't even make sense. If I really was, I mean, when we first met, right? Okay. Well, all right. When we first met, we were just friends. All right. Because I just hang around a lot of guys at the body shop. Okay. That my uncle had. And right next door to the body shop, I sold cars. All right. And I had a resale appliance, stuff like that, things for your house. I had a store and I had a car dealership, right? The building was connected. All right. So it's lots of men over there. We used to smoke weed and stuff like that. All right, nice go over there and smoke weed with the fellas. Like I told you, I'm real tomboyish and stuff. All right. So he was my homeboy. All right. I never did think nothing about being with him, but I did admire that he was a big dude. All right.
Was he big back then when you weren't interested?
He always been a big dude. He a football player. He an ex-football player.
So, if he was big when you weren't interested and big when he was interested, it's not exactly like the most comforting thing to hear.
No,
like I liked you. I liked you. I got with you when you were big, and it's like, but you also did like me when you were big.
Wait a minute, God damn it! Don't you do it? You took my words and you went running across the field with it like you was finna hit a touchdown. Come your ass back, you going to the wrong side of the field. All right. You ain't gonna get no points for that. All right. What I was meaning by
I thought it was a fumble. My bad.
No. Okay. What what I was saying is that okay? I'm a tomboy type of girl, right? Okay, so I'm always around guys. I don't every time I'm around guys be like, oh, I want to holler at him. He fine. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean by I wasn't interested. I wasn't looking at him in that way. I might have admired his bigness, but I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna get him. You know what I mean? I was just minding my own damn business, chilling with the fellows like I know I'm gonna do. All right, minding my own damn business. All right, but I did admire that he's a big fella because I used to actually call him big fella. All right, I said, hey, big fella, what's going on? You smoke something with your girl, you know, like that there. So, because we was friends.
I understand.
All right, so when I say I wasn't interested, meaning I wasn't like, ooh, he's finding a motherfucker. I need to find out he got a girlfriend or not. Like, that's what I mean by interested, okay? Because I have met guys where I was like, oh, shit, what's that? His name is he married, you know? But I didn't have that. He was my homie. I just looked at him as my homie, you know? And, I mean, it actually helped in our relationship because we were friends first. So, but we used to smoke together. He had a crush on me, apparently. I heard, for a while. But I admired his size, and I used to always call him Big Fella. And so when we did hooked up, all right, I let him know that off the rip that I told him I say, well, because he was scared, he's real shy, and he was scared to say anything to me. And one of the other guys told me that he's interested. Okay, and I like.
So he was insecure then, huh?
Yeah. So I told him, I said, well, once we got together and stuff like that, start talking, not necessarily sex-wise, but just talking to each other, building a relationship. I told him that I liked it and he was big. I would always tell him that. Okay. So no, because we started being together, I started calling them Big Fella with a different tone. Hey, Big Fella. Like that. So
yeah.
Yeah, so even my Big Fella flipped. All right. It went from, hey, Big Fella, what's going on? Hey, Big Fella. So because then at that point we was together, so I could address him in that manner, in a somewhat provocative manner. So yeah, so to keep reverting back to that shit, he had an insecurity about he big and stuff, and he had told me that he always felt awkward and stuff like that by him being so big and stuff like that, but I tried to give him much comfort as I could to let him know that that rocked in my world. I didn't know what else to do. I said it in so many ways. I even had a little pet name for him that ain't none of y'all business.
I feel you.
Yeah, so yeah, shit, because he was big all over. So I was proud of him. He was blessed. Praise God.
Well, how? My question is this. I'm sorry. I had to put my brain in that mode where like you gotta like not hear shit, but then hear shit at the same time. Like I want to understand what you're saying, but I kind of don't. You feel me? Yeah, that's all you, and congratulations for having that experience. But the thing that I'm not understanding is why address the same issue the same way every same time to get the same results? Like, how many times did you do that over and 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 over? Oh, I don't think you like me. Why? Because I'm big. I like you because you're big. I don't think you like me. Why? Because I'm big. I like you because you're big. I don't think, like, how long did that happen before you was like, let's try something else?
Years he was getting on my nerves.
So why didn't you try something else?
What do you mean? I already told you I did other stuff, but it ain't nobody else.
No. But as far as directly addressing that particular grievance where he's worried that you don't like him because he's big, and then you say, but I do like you because you're big.
It wasn't that simple. I'm simplifying it because you can't, if you're saying stuff in different ways, you can't remember every single way you said it.
Right.
But the point was still the same. It don't matter how I said it, the point was still the same. I love that you're big. What's your fucking problem?
That's all he knows.
Stop this shit. This is getting on my nerves. It's driving me up the wall.
But it's all he knows.
Well, I will say in his defense, one of the things that he was insecure about, I fucked up and let him know that I like the dark skinned men. He was brown skinned, so I don't know if he felt like he didn't qualify.
I mean that does kind of put a damper in certain things, but that shouldn't be enough to derail somebody who's as as confident as you say, in all the other areas. It's just that one area he's lacking confidence. But
well, because
like it kind of reminds me of a situation I was dealing with.
He was so jealous of the one that I told you about that used to um, really build me up. And he was really jealous of him. He was a darkie, all right. He was built, but he was short. That was the only thing I didn't like about him. He was short. Okay, but
so his insecurities was founded off of something that you had said. It wasn't like a out of the nowhere type deal, right?
No, he just was that way. He was that way with all of his girlfriends. I just happened to be, I was his first love, okay? But he that was just his makeup. He was that way with that way with the girls after me or whoever, you know. Before me and after me. That's just him. All right. Insecure. And he has every right to be. He does some fucked up shit. All right. So he's afraid of losing you for other reasons, but he'll divert to that. He'll use that as an excuse. That's why I say he kept using it as an excuse, because he knew I liked it that he was big. So
yeah, but he's looking for motivation in another area. What I was trying to bring to your attention was he was big when you were friends with him and just friends, and then he was big when you got with him. Now, as far as
that wasn't the only thing I built him up in. It's a lot of things I say when I rubbed on his head.
Yeah, but I can only work with what I hear, and I think I may be able to.
That, but you're not listening. Rewind the tape. I told you that already. You're not listening.
I'm not sure if this is embarrassing or not, but I remember every individual thing I liked about all my exes, and I care nothing of them. It's more so to try to find something unique. I'm not trying to run into the same female twice anymore. But yeah.
Yeah, but what you not understand?
There were general things I wanted to be uniform, but as far as uniqueness, I kind of kept track of that kind of stuff. And there was things that was unique about them that you couldn't really put into words. It was more of like I don't know, man. Like my generation, we had it much harder because we had these stupid technical devices that just really unromanticized the hell out of everything. Yeah. Like passing notes in class used to be a mission. You had to do it when the teacher wasn't looking, and you had to have the right cooperation with the other classmates that were going to facilitate passing it. You got to make sure no one else reads it before it gets there, you know. Like it was a mission to send a message. Now it's like boop boop boop.
Right.
You know, and so and then before it was like, okay, girl, I'm gonna call you right. Hey, no, just keep hey, get the phone by your bed, right? And I'm gonna call you like around maybe 11:57, okay? All right, 11:57. All right, make sure you right by the phone so it only so that way you can answer as soon as it rings, because you don't want your parents to hear it ring, you know. Now it's like, hello. It's simple. Like making a phone call used to be some like fucking Hitler assassination plottery type shit. It was, because you can't be calling no girl's house, and you know you don't want her mama to find out, you don't want her daddy to find out. You got to make sure ain't nobody listening on the other line. It was a mission back in the day. Just do the little things.
Right.
It was beautiful, man. It was awesome.
Right.
I mean. And technology just wrecked so much, man. So we had to come up with a lot of shit. We had to come up with a whole lot of extra shit. Mm-hmm. And so in coming up with a lot of extra shit, I'm finding that there was a luxury in having all of that complexity back then.
Right.
Because in spite of you thinking so hard to do the simple shit, the complex shit never really got addressed, you know? It kind of went like the amount of effort it would take to kind of sneakily do that to multiple girls was like, damn, like I was barely able to call Jessica last night. How the hell am I supposed to like make 17 more phone calls? Now it's like, oh, I could check off all these females and send them the same text. Hey, look at that.
Oh, stop. Yo, shit.
7 women receiving good morning all at once. I actually used to do it on Facebook Messenger just for fun. I just do a Facebook Messenger, you know, messaging girls the exact same statements and just wondering how long I can keep all of them having the same conversation. Just you know, kind of poking fun.
Right.
Basically trying to say which one's unique, which one's going to take this somewhere else, which one's actually engaging in the conversation, and whoever engages wins. Everybody else is like, hey, talk to you later. Person who's engaged, they have my full undivided attention. But I don't practice it that much because I kind of cleared out the stables recently. But
yeah, right.
That's the kind of crap we got to deal with now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a gross oversimplification of things that is forcing us to look deeper. And so when we look deeper, we find something that's more universal. Like basically we find something a little bit better. Not to say that it's better, because it was way harder to get. It's the equal and opposite. Because it was hard for y'all to just even call each other at a certain time back in the day, there's now, the reaction is that it strengthened the relationship. But now that it's so simple to contact somebody, the equal and opposite reaction to that is now you got to put in work in ways that you never thought of before. Like it doesn't take a lot of thought to send a message on the phone. Almost no thought. Equal and opposite reaction, you better pull off some shit no one's ever thought of.
Like write a letter.
No. I mean, going retro has its place.
Write a letter.
Well, going retro has its place. It does.
Write a letter. That would be very unique in itself because no other guy would do it.
Yeah, like I said, going retro has its place, but it's still something unique.
Like, oh, he wrote me a love letter, look. No.
I think that, you know what? The love letter thing could work if the delivery method is unique. It can't just show up in the mail. Like, if you're going to pull some old retro dusty ass shit, you're going to have to like wrap that shit around an arrow and like have that shit stabbed into the tree in her backyard.
Shit.
With glitter and shit on it. Like, you gotta. No, I'm just saying, like, you think I'm kidding, but like, I am a special weapon maker person. I just keep using them too soon. I use them too soon, so I learn to make them faster, and I'm realizing, no, nigga, stop using it too soon. You should be good.
No glitter. Glitter is annoying.
Well, I don't mean actual glitter. I mean like kind of like bedazzle the damn arrow so it'll gleam and shit. Like, do something unique. Like, if you gotta personalize something when it comes to dealing with it, because it's so hard to be original.
It was personalized when it was rolled out.
Like, I've gotten nude pics from girls I was in the friend zone with. I'm like, damn, it's like that now? I used to have to be fucking to get one of these. Like, these things decline in value. It's an arms race. Before it was the musket. Before it was the spear. Then it became the bow and arrow. Then it became the musket. Then it became the rifle. Then it became, the semi-automatic rifle. Then it became the machine gun. Then it became the cannon. Like, there's a progression to this stuff. And we can't use yesterday's weapons in a future battle and think we're going to win, And that's kind of basically what I'm saying is we're reaching a point where we have to find an ultimate weapon. We're going to basically come up with the most thoughtful things to stay with each other because it's so thoughtless to send a text message. It's so thoughtless to add someone on Facebook. It's so thoughtless to send an Instagram. It's thoughtless. It takes no real effort at all. And the equal and opposite of that is...
Write a fucking letter.
I get what you're saying, but it's the delivery method. Like, you gotta be original somewhere.
That is original. Just write a fucking letter. That's original within itself. Who in this age would write a letter?
Someone who's trying to be original and found a history book and said, fuck it.
Okay.
Or somebody who got a bill and they ended up getting money back from the company because they overpaid last month, and they thought, wow, that was lovely. Hey, it was lovely what I found in this letter from the bill company. Wait, love letter, I got it. I'm just kidding. But, like, when you go retro, you still got to pull out something unique. If the girl is truly worth it, you got to come up with some shit that no one on this planet could have come up with but you, and you could have only came up with it for her. And it has to be something that
damn letter.
it has to last a lifetime. It has to be completely out. Like if I lost like my legs, or if I got paralyzed from the waist down and I can't put it down like I used to, I just need a special weapon that can still work in the event of that emergency. You know, if I lose my job, I need that special weapon to work when I'm broke. If I like,
I'm gonna tell you what that special weapon is. All right. Let me tell you something. All right. The guy that I was telling you about that always want me to what he called jump fly and struck my stuff down the road and stuff like that. He had a secret weapon. He wasn't very good at bed, but out of all of the men that I've been with, which I ain't been with no whole bunch of them, so let me keep that clear. Don't act like I just got a lot of experience and let that down. All right. But
that don't even matter. You can't take what you know from one and take it to the other, because eventually it wears off faster. It's like dealing with the pests. You know, you can use one kind of poison, but eventually they're going to build up an immunity to it. You're going to have to come up with something new.
But out of all of the men I've been with, he wasn't too fabulous in bed. All right. And I tried to teach him and everything like that, but he wasn't getting it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
He was a slow learner. Okay. But I didn't care. He made it love to my mind. He would wash my feet. Massage my feet and lotion my feet. He had a foot fetish, but at the same time, the way he would care for my feet, because he said that I had real pretty. He liked that I had real pretty feet. And
wait, whoa! You just said he had a foot fetish. That means he likes feet. He doesn't like your feet. He likes feet.
No.
If that's not a special weapon, it has to be something that was made just for you.
There you go, going all across the field again. Keep your ass back over here. All right. I was trapped. Okay, he has a foot fetish, but he only likes women with pretty feet. Okay, they have to be pretty. He don't just like any feet. Some people that have foot fetish just like any kind of feet. Okay, but his specific fetish was they had to be pretty feet. Okay, and to him, he said I had really pretty feet, which a lot of men have complimented. I do take care of my feet, and they are not pretty. They are pretty. So he would massage my feet, but I was getting ready to get into the fact that although it was pleasurable for him to massage my feet and lotion them and stuff like that, he also did it in such a way where it was pleasurable for me too, which I don't care nothing about my feet other than I groomed them. But
do you think when you and him broke up, he went and got with another girl that has pretty feet?
He didn't like that either.
He didn't get with another woman who had pretty feet?
No, because he didn't like me for my feet. The other girl had her feet wasn't. She had that, you know how people had that. Let me stop.
I get what you mean. The feet look like it's supposed to snatch something, like an eagle. I've seen some feet like that. I've seen some feet that like it looked like a prop from a horror film.
Let's just say she didn't have them. She didn't have that. All right.
Like her feet look like all she's ever done was step in the wrong direction.
It wasn't them real bad ones, but she had the. You know how people have they toenail bed don't even look like it's a complete toenail, and then it's sharp. Like,
oh, they got like squinty kind of toenails, like how Asian eyes squint, but it's their toes.
foot, but a little bitty toenail that curved, like, it was creepy looking. When I seen her
Man.
with flip flop, and then she was the type person always want to wear flip flops, I was like, what the fuck?
Was he trying to make you jealous or something?
He knew he couldn't make me jealous, but
But it sounded like he trying really hard. Like, I don't need your pretty feet. I don't like your pretty feet at all. In fact, the next girl I get with is gonna have some hideous feet, and I'm gonna love her. Baby, let me have your feet back. Come on, baby. Let me suck your big toe one more again, baby. One more again, big toe.
he was so jealous of me because whenever I feel, because I always try to be friends if I can with my exes. All right, after
Why?
huh?
Why?
Because we don't have to be enemies because we're no longer together.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm only friends with so few exes. It's like trying to get into Hogwarts, man.
I try to do that. It's not always possible. All right. My last husband, the jealous one that was tripping with himself about the big side, I couldn't do that with him. No. So I said I try if it's possible. Okay, let's be clear. But she was real jealous of me because he had my name tattooed all across his abdomen. And when she got with him, he got a little bitty tattoo of her name, and that was only because she asked for it. He tattooed my name because he wanted it there. All right. But she was jealous of the big ass tattoo and said, well, I'll pay for it. And by the way, I didn't pay for my name being tattooed. So all these factors went in.
Well, you know what the honest form of flattery is, right? You know what the highest form of flattery is, right?
What's flattery? I mean, what you mean by it?
What I mean by it is, copying somebody is the highest compliment.
Copying them?
Yeah. It's the highest compliment.
What do you mean copying them?
Well, it's like my pastor used to say. He used to say you become what you worship, Right. So if she's trying to become like you, she must be worshiping you.
Oh yeah, she did because everybody used to say, well, Candy used to do this, Candy, and she told me one time that was pissing her off because every time people will always say, well, Candy used to do this, or Candy did it this way, or Candy, well, when Candy, and that was driving her up the wall. So, and then he would throw it kind of up in her face. He
couldn't have been taking her serious then. He a friend afterwards. He trying to make her jump through hoops only you can, jump through. It's just, I don't know, man. This guy sound like is this one of them on the roof type people?
What's an on the roof?
Remember the other hangout you was talking about? You had some dude on the roof trying to get you to come back.
That was another guy that I dated a little while, but
I only had one instance of that happening. And it was really more so because she didn't get me back. I had one girl who wanted me even though I was leaving her, and it turned out it was just to get revenge. I was like, oh, okay, my bad. I thought I was hot shit. It turns out you just want to get me back for what you felt I did wrong.
The only reason why me and him didn't work is because his mama forbid me to be with him. Who
wants to be with a man who listens to his mama like that anyway?
I didn't. That's why I was like, he at first, when she first forbade him to be with me, and of course we still loved each other, and I was like, what the fuck? I never heard of such a thing in this day and time ever in my life. Like, what the fuck is this? I still loved him because we had a good relationship, and us breaking up would have been only behind her because we loved each other. Okay, so I did try to make it work. We snuck around and it was fun for a while. We get to sneak, like he was talking about the sneaking to get a phone call and that kind of stuff. It was kind of fun for a while, He's like,
yeah, but that's sneaky stuff though. That sneaky stuff is like what they call that. That sneaky stuff is like hot sauce, you want to put it on everything, but it really shouldn't go on everything. You
Right.
know, it makes things better. It makes things better. It gives it that spice to it, but at the same time, not everything's supposed to have hot sauce on it.
So what really made me snap to that shit was getting because uh he would go around the corner like, okay, I'm gonna go to my mom, check on my mom. Plus she was using her illness against him, you know, like his sympathy, uh playing his sympathy for her illness against him. All right. And you know that you only got one mama thing and stuff like that. So, you know, I kind of did fall him because she was manipulating him in that capacity. And, you know, what person, you know, wants to feel guilt when their mother passed or something like that? You know what I mean? And,
What person wants to celebrate when someone's mother's passed? You know, goes both ways.
yeah, I did. I didn't celebrate, but I was like, well, she was so wicked, you know. Um,
Well,
I had
I'm
warned
probably
her.
about to be getting off in a little bit. But if I could just say just one thing, and it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier.
Uh-huh.
There really and truly is a difference between tailor and custom.
Oh
You
my.
know, I'm just saying. Look into it. I looked into the Eagle. I did. I did my homework.
All right.
So I'm just saying, be fair with me, and just check that out. Just check that out, and you'll kind of see like where you can kind of you know, make adjustments. Not that you need to make adjustments, but that adjustment should always be in a state of, you know, changing. I don't care what machine makes what car. Eventually, the machine that makes that car is
Mhm.
going to get replaced. You know, you have to refine the process. Eventually, things made by hand are going to be made by machine. You know, eventually, machines are going to be made by machines. You know, so
I
I'm
think
just saying you got to continue that process.
I think certain things you lose something when you try to replace it because it's just like when we
Some
try to
some
play.
things need to be let go.
No, when we try to replace, get my example. When we try to replace the way God intended for things to be, what we doing? Just fucking up shit. When we should have just left it the way in the hell he had said for us to have it in the first place. Some things
Well,
don't fuck with.
there's a time for everything again, like I was saying, you know.
Yeah, I'll look it up and see if I see a difference.
Yeah. All
Uh,
right. Well, it was great talking with you. Great sharing. You know, if there's any of the ladies out there who want to, you know, hit me up, go ahead and just bring up my Google Plus. You know, just go ahead and put my Google Plus account in the description to the video if you can.
and
For all the ladies out there who really want to see what I'm about, I'm just saying I ain't all talk. You know, I am like Shakespeare with it. You know,
Anthony, what is his name?
just saying, just saying.
What's your last name? On
Johnson,
Anthony
Johnson.
Johnson. Oh, yours the same mine. Okay, Anthony Johnson. Check him out on Google, um, plus Facebook. I think. Is your name Anthony?
I don't give out my Facebook that like that, but I have an art channel that I really like to start promoting. I'll go ahead and send you a link in the description. It's an art channel showing off my drawing skills for any of the people out there who are interested in having a business logo made or having artwork done for their website. I'm your guy.
Cool.
All right, I'll see you, Candy.
All right.
All
Yeah.
right, later.
Stuff on the Google
I'm
Plus.
gonna yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put a link to my other channel in your description so you can put it on your video.
All right.
All right. Great talking with you. See you next time.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.